The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Race 9, number 2, already H. Miller. Emmanuel H. Miller, drive number 2, already won. Number 6, hey, it's Friday, has been drawn. Scratch 6. Scratch the number 6 horse out of race 9. Turn. And 20 Wagering. Race 10, number 3. This is the first time on turn to race 11. Race 11, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wages. Turn to race 12. Race 12, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wages. Race 12, number 2, Legend Air Raid, makes the driver David Lake. David Lake will drive number 2, Legend Air Raid. Turn to race 13. Race 13, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wages. Race 13, number 1, Dollar Rain, makes the driver Emmanuel H. Miller. Emmanuel H. Miller will drive number 1, Dollar Rain. And we need to know which horse Drew Neal is driving in that race and then who's driving the other one. Turn to race 14. Race 14, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wager. Those are the only changes and corrections that we have at this time. We understand that Drew Neal is driving number 6 in race 13, so we need a driver on Robin Hill High. We need a driver on Robin Hill High in race 13. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand for the playing of our national anthem?
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Dublin Valley Farms, Stable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Good afternoon, racing fans, and welcome to the Wood County Fair here in Bowling Green, Ohio. It is a beautiful night here at the racetrack. Just a nice breeze blowing through the grandstand. Just feels absolutely great. I'm joined by Steve Bateson, of course, Matt Clark behind the camera and getting all this going for us. So it's going to be a great night. 14 races. That's a big card.
Big card. We had 8 on Sunday. It was a good, efficient card. Tonight's going to be a little bit more interesting. Most of the races are full fields, a lot of 5, 6 horse fields, a few 7s, and some pretty competitive fields. And we had a few scratches, but by and large, it's a pretty darn good card, I would say, for a fair program.
And we went fast here the other night. Tied the 3-year-old filly Trot Tack record, Taddy Hill, and then your horse broke the overall pacing record. So a fast night. Yeah,
it was quite an afternoon and pretty thrilling for the family. That my son Case came back and drove that horse, and fastest horse to ever win a race on the Wood County Fair. So for at least 1 year, I'll have the track record. I don't think there's anything tonight that probably could break it, but the track was good, and you always can tell a track on how it is going to be is if you can hear that hoof print hit, that concussion, ta-dun, 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 ta-dun. When you hear dead spots, that's generally a sign that the track is a little bit deep or cuppy. And we were pretty consistent all the way around on Sunday. And I'll give a lot of credit to Cody Boehm, who's kind of the speed superintendent for the track, and did a really nice job. It looks really good today. I think they've actually got a little more water on it, so it shouldn't be as dusty. So looking forward to some competitive races. And it takes a lot of people to get a track ready. Especially 80% of the fairgrounds don't have people that train there. Mm-hmm. So the only time horses really get across the track from a competitive standpoint is the week of the fair. And it's pretty difficult to get a track ready the day before. So they started working a couple weeks ago, dragging it and grading it and working on it. And I think they did a very nice job. Yeah, it's certainly, the time certainly spelled that out. It was fast. So we've got 78 horses in tonight that were entered, 35 different trainers, as we said, 14 races, and it sounds like we're going to have the post parade for race number 1. So let's turn it over to Bill Peters.
A blanket courtesy of B.H.&H Snacks and Gas. Number 1 is All Bull and No Beef, owned by CNC Stables LLC of Canton, Ohio, trained and driven by Chris Hirschberger. Number 2 is Hot Shots Ray, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver at Clifton Bell. Number 3 is Just Right Now, owned and trained by Jason Hanna of Marshall, Michigan, the driver at David Lake. Number 4 is Dancing Everywhere, owned by Ed Harwood of Monroe, Michigan, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Number 5 is Dragon Games, owned by the Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Pat Doty, the driver is Drew Neal. Number 6 is Journey's Sharp Edge, owned and trained by Ron Steck of Moringa, Ohio, the driver, Pierce Henry. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Wayne Place Show, Executive.
Okay, we'll take a close look at some of these horses because they will be going to the gate quickly. I think they're going to try and run them through fast, right, tonight?
I would think so. I know they really don't want to have to use the lights if possible. Mm-hmm. So we pretty well need to be done by 8:45, I'd say.
So All Bull and No Beef, Chris Hirschberger up. He's also the trainer, CNC Stables, the owner. It's a Bullville Powerful out of a Presidential Ball mare. She's a pony. This was an $8,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, and this colt has kind of come around in his last, he's only had 5 lifetime starts, but the last 4 he's been third, second, and third, and pacing in 2-3 and 2.
Yeah, the two Hot Shot Ray, driven by Clifton Bell, trained by Bill Webb, owned by Bill Rebb. This was a homebred. He actually stood Cheyenne Ray the latter part of his career. I don't think he has him anymore, but the mare Hot Shot Shelaboo, Noble Return mare. This gelding has had 5 starts, no wins, 2 seconds, no thirds, and has made $8,250.
Just Right Now and David Lake from the 3-hole. Jason Hanna, the trainer and the owner. This is a pet rock out of a Cheyenne Ray mare, Lady Ray. It's only his second lifetime start. First one, he was just nosed out for the win at Tiffin in 2, 2, and 3.
The 4, Greg Bateson drives, Dancing Everywhere. Greg Bateson trains this horse for Ed Harwood, who also was the breeder of this 2-year-old colt, a Dancing Yankee colt. The mare is Power Everywhere, which was a kilowatt. She was a kilowatt, has 1 start, and it was also second in its only start. That was at Paulding on the 11th of June.
Dragon Games, Andrew Neal from the 5-hole. Tad Doty is the trainer. Deer League Stables, the owner. This is a Fear the Dragon out of an Art Major mare. Circle Game has had just 2 starts this year, but had a qualifier at Northfield and Paces Mile in 2-1, and then at Oak Harbor went in 2-1 and 4, so it's got some speed.
The 6-horse Journey's Sharp Edge will be driven by Pierce Henry, trained by Ron Steck. Ron Steck also owns this horse. Do Me That Again is the sire of this horse. Riding a Storm was the mare. A Dragon Again was her sire. This horse has had 3 starts, 2 wins, and 1 third, and has made $5,389 and took a mark at Hilliard of 203 and 2. Interesting, we have 6 horses in here and 6 different sires.
Track record for 2-year-old co-pacers here is 158 and 3. We'll see how close they can come. And remember, the 6 is starting from the 2nd tier. So let's turn it up to Bill Peters.
The track record, Dancing Fever, which was trained by Bill Webb, yes.
Oh.
Here, Offman facing the first horse away at the rear. That's All Bull and No Beat. Up on the outside second, that's Hot Shots Ray. So we got there third, that's Just Right Now. Stopping in there fourth is Dragon Games. Racing fifth is Journey Sharp Edge, and the last horse is Dancing Everywhere. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Chris Hirschberger has All Bull and No Beef on top by 2 lengths. On the outside second, that's Just Right Now, driven by David Lake. Along the rail third, that's Hot Shots Ray, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing fourth is Dragon Games, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth, that's Journey Sharp Edge, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse, Dancing Everywhere, driven by Greg Bateson. First quarter paced in 29 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Just Right Now shows on top by 1.5 lengths over All Bull and No Beat. In their third, that's Hot Shots Ray. Moving along fourth, that's Dragon Games. Up on the outside fifth comes Journey Sharp Edge. And the last horse is Dancing Everywhere. Past the half-mile mark. That's still Just Right Now with a late charging up on the outside second now is Hot Shots Ray. First half paced in 101 and 1/5, and all 6 paces are well bunched. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Just Right Now. The closest horse second along the rail is All Bull and No Beef. On the outside third is Hot Shots Ray. At the rail fourth is Dancing Everywhere. On the outside fifth, Dragon Games. The last horse is Journey Sharp Edge. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That is still Just Right Now with late. Right there second, All Bull and No Beef. At the rail third now is Dancing Everywhere. 3 quarters in 132 and 4/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Just Right Now with late. Flying up on the outside comes All Bull and No Beef, Dancing Everywhere along the rail third, and fourth and on the move is Journey Sharp Edge. As they race toward home, that's Just Right Now with the lead, All Bull and No Beef, and 3-1 on the outside is Journey Sharp Edge. Past the stands, it's going to be Journey Sharp Edge, and here they all come. Up for places, All Bull and No Beef. Up for show is Just Right Now. 1 mile in 2:05.
If you get a chance, we're back on here. somebody gets a chance to watch this replay, watch the 6-horse Journey Sharp Edge, because Pierce Henry had to run an obstacle course, and it all started coming to the half. The horse put in a few steps, and I don't know if it wasn't quite getting a hold of the track. It made a little bit of a bobble. It did not make a break. Horse wanted to go. He's following cover and going through the turn here after the half. He tipped it 3 wide, and it was thinking about going on, and he saw that was not going to work. Brought the horse back inside and maneuvered through horses down the backside to the 3/4 pole, and then was able to shake loose again at the head of the stretch, and was able to nip him right at the wire. And it was a really patient drive. The horse wanted to do it. Unfortunately, Pierce had to find the right spot for it to do it. Otherwise, this horse would have made a mistake. And masterful drive, and that is now 3 out of 4 for Journey's Sharp Edge.
As you said, just an excellent job, and to have the force, to kind of know what's coming and avoid the problems, and then come at the end like he did. I was kind of, I was wondering if he was going to make it all the way, but he definitely did. 2.5 that mile went in.
Off a half and 1, right?
Yep.
From Marengo, Ohio, comes number 6, Journey Sharp Edge. Owned and trained by Ron Steck and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. The flanker for this race is courtesy of B.H.&H Snacks and Gas.
Ron Steck and his wife and I believe daughter in the winner's circle, and Mark Bevelheimer and his son are presenting the trophies. This is B.H.&H Snacks and Gas. This was the Dennis Zernal Pace. Dennis Zernal is a longtime speed superintendent here at the Wood County Fair. But
let's have a big hand here for the Stick family, Pierce Henry and Journey Sharp Edge, and the B.H.&H Snacks and Gas, the owners of the white.
I was looking at the past performance, and this 6 did make a break going to the quarter last start, and he had an opportunity to make a break today about twice, and Pierce held it together, and mission accomplished for the Steck family.
See, as they were walking down, you could see Ron Steck and Pierce Henry talking about it, and I'll bet you that's just what they were talking about. Yeah, you got a little rough here and had a little traffic here, so Ron gets the feedback from the driver. That's so important.
Absolutely. We all see the results, but what you want to know is, was the horse good to drive? Was the horse on the line? Was he getting a hold of the track? And those type of things. Was the horse making contact? Touching a knee, touching a shin, and the best time, really, honestly, to talk to a driver, a catch driver, is within a few minutes after the race is over, because if they're driving 6, 7 a night, or even 3 or 4, they might forget something.
Race 1 from the top. Number 1, All Bull and No Beef was second. Number 2, Hot Shots Ray was 6th. Number 3, Just Right Now was 3rd. Number 4, Dancing Everywhere was 4th. Number 5, Dragon Games was 5th. Number 6, Journey Sharp Edge was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 101 1/5. The 3/4 in 132 4/5, with a mile in 2:05. From the top it should read 2:63 4:51, a mile in 2:05. In the upcoming race 2, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Number 2, Sweet Misery, the driver will be Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry on number 2, Sweet Misery. The representative of Weber Construction.
So Bill gave you the driver change in the second race. It's the first of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old filly trot coming up next.
Yeah, I don't know if those at home see this, but there's the the payoffs, and for a horse that had won 2 out of 3, paying $640 to win, $320 to place, and $340 to show. The one horse $380 to place and $480 to show. I'm kind of perplexed at the show pool, and the three horse came in third, paid $340 to show as well. So some nice payoffs. Yesterday's first race, the winner, I believe, paid $50.40.
Yes.
You do not see that at the fair very often. So I'm still kind of confused on just this race, on the payoff, but nonetheless, we'll move on to the second race.
Okay. Well, before we get to those, we're going to take a short break.
Oh, and when we come back, we
we'll
also have a guest that's going to join us again tonight, Joe Cramp.
The history of the Wood County Fair held in Bowling Green, Ohio is anything but bland. Since the first fair in 1851, the Wood County Fair has seen several trials, tribulations, and wild attractions. The fair didn't see much stability in its early years, jumping from location to location. Aside from prize steers and homemade quilts, they held attractions unlike any other. Some records show that Wood County was a top-attended fair, with horses and buggies lined up just to pay the family's entrance fee. The H.G. Heinz Company even pressured the fair to change their date to avoid conflict with the tomato harvest. The famous ketchup company couldn't find enough employees to show up for work. From early on, harness racing was a featured event. Local newspapers reported that standardbreds packed people into the grandstand like sardines. Trotters and pacers weren't the only animals to ever hit the racetrack, though. In 1962, ostriches pulled drivers and sulkies. Today, the Wood County Fair hosts 2 days of harness racing as members of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference county fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Okay, welcome back to Bowling Green, Ohio at the Wood County Fair. Joined tonight by Steve Bateson, Joe Cramp, and of course Matt Clark doing all the hard work, trying to get this all set up so you can see everything.
One of the questions that came up the other day was, why are we showing the odds board and the purse pool, or the odds pool? And quite frankly, here's why. So at the Wood County Fair, with the large grandstand in the middle, the parimutuel group had trouble with their tote board, and about every year they would blow some of their circuits and really had problems with equipment to the point that they didn't want to come back. And we decided, by putting these large TVs in the grandstand, that we could close circuit, run a line to the parimutuels and show the odds on these TVs. And then when we go to racing, Matt Clark flips a switch. I'm not sure how it works, but and it goes back to the cameras. So for those that are here that are wagering, you can see the odds down at the betting booth. They have some small TVs, but if you're in the crowd here, the only way you really know what the current odds are looking at these large screen TVs, and it's worked quite well. People like it, and the parimutuel people like not burning up equipment. We think we had some reflection off the aluminum. However, the technology is they had, but they had a lot of problems with their tote board trying to get it set up. So this is what we've done.
Okay, let's go to the post parade with Bill.
And if you'll turn to race 4, number 6, Zoned, change the driver to John Payne. John Payne will drive number 6 Zoned in race 4.
Well, I thought we were ready for the post parade, but maybe not quite.
Well, we can talk about this second race. The one horse is trained by Brian Boring, driven today by Greg Bateson. A little intoxicated. 2-year-old filly trotter by Enterprise. Alvarez is the mare, an Andover Hall mare. 4 starts, 2 wins this year. Took a mark at Tiffin of 207 and 2s, made $5,177. Last start it won by 27 lengths.
Sweet Misery and Pierce Henry from the 2. Josh Hanna is the trainer. Mr. Kim Haver is the owner and the breeder of this Triumphant Caviar filly. She's out of a Broadway Hall mare. Eleonora has had just 1 start, had a qualifier over at Hoosier Park, and then 1 start at Tiffin where she finished 2nd.
3-horse Money Shot. Driver Rory Moore, trained by Rory Moore, and owned by Rory Moore from Grafton, Ohio. It's a muscle up the goal filly out of a Cash Hall mare, Rapid Cash. It looks like she's been pretty consistent in her last 3 or 4 starts. Right there, got a couple X's on her card, but we'll see what happens here.
The 4-horse Fancy's Lightning, Rosie Weaver trained filly, will be driven today by Rosie Weaver, I believe. This this horse is a Pinto, and I've seen it a few times, but this is classified as a Pinto. We're going to get the post parade, but it's an and away we go is the sire. Here's the post parade, Bill.
Of Ottawa Lake, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring. The driver is Greg Bateson. Number 2 is Sweet Misery, owned by Kim Haver of Bellevue, Michigan, trained by Jason Hanna, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Money Shot, owned, trained by Rory Moore of Grafton. Number 4 is Fancy's Lightning, owned, trained by Rosie Weaver of Beach City. Number 5 is Tom Power, owned by Ivan and Duke Sugg and Steve Moss, all of Deschler, trained by Duke Sugg. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta wagering here in race 2. We catch the barns. You plan to warm up after race 2.
Okay, you got to see that Pinto out there, Fancy's Lightning. She's quite a striking looking horse and certainly a crowd favorite.
A little flashy.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of chrome on that horse.
Yes.
And Tom Power from the 5-hole. Duke Sugg is driving. Duke is also the trainer and co-owns this horse along with Ivan Sugg and Stephen Mass. Horse has had 5 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Bellefontaine in 2, 5, and 3. But last started in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs. In fact, the last 2 starts finished 3rd and 4th, and no, last start trotted in 58 and 2.
That would be a local horse. Deschler, Ohio is not in Wood County, but their training center is in Wood County, just barely inside the line. Horse owned by Ivan and Duke and Steve Moss from Deschler. But this horse has raced in the Buckeye Stallion Series its last 2 starts and been 4th and 3rd, trotting some pretty impressive miles. Duke is driving today. Duke qualified the horse at Delaware, and so it's good to see Duke back in the bike, and maybe he'll pilot this thing to the winner's circle. I saw both of his kids on the backside on my way here, his daughter Brooke, and I shouldn't have brought that up without being able to name his son's name, but his daughter's Brooke, and his son, I believe, is at Toledo University, both Patrick Henry graduates.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, about the track conditions. A lot of these fairgrounds, there's a lot of humps and bumps in these things where cars go over top. And the other day, Sunday we were here, we noticed a lot of the drivers are staying out right around the 2-hole to get around this thing.
Yeah, I noticed when I was walking on the track Sunday, there were spots that clearly the track was nice and tight, and there were some other spots a little bit in the one hole that might have been dug up a little bit more, where the conditioner maybe was conditioning it a little bit too much. And that was, one of the things I noticed. Horses from the outside were able to get footing if they chose to leave. They could leave and didn't have to take back, that the footing was respectable through that first turn.
A couple more days too probably helped it from Sunday. A few more days of work on it and water on it.
Definitely. It would have helped a lot more if we had got the rain they were calling for last night. We virtually didn't get any.
Yeah, just a little downpour for about 5 minutes.
Right.
Well, the horses are headed over to the Webkenberg starting gate, and we're going to turn it in just a second. We're going to turn it over to Bill Peters, who is all the way up to the top of that grandstand in the middle of the track. We got officials up there. I think our charter, Pam Weller's up there, and then we have the cameraman. But it's a long ways up, so we're going to turn it over to Bill.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting, the first horse away in the middle of the track, it's Money Shot. Off stride goes a little intoxicated. Also off stride is Fancy's Lightning. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Rory Moore has Money Shot on top by about 2 lengths. Moving up on the outside second now comes Tom Power, driven by Duke Sugg. At the rail third is Sweet Misery, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth, that is A Little Intoxicated, driven by Greg Bateson. Farther back fifth is Fancy's Lightning, driven by Rosie Weaver. Going to that quarter-mile mark, that's still Money Shot by about 2 lengths over Tom Power. And their third, that is Sweet Misery, and right there fourth, A Little Intoxicated. First quarter trotted in 32 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, Fancy's Lightning goes off stride once again. Still with the lead, that's Money Shot. At the rail second, that is Tom Power. Trotting up on the outside third comes A Little Intoxicated. Racing in their fourth is Sweet Misery, and farther back fifth is Fancy's Lightning. Front four pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Money Shot along the way with the lead. On the outside, pouring on the pressure is A Little Intoxicated. In their third is Tom Power, followed by Sweet Misery fourth. First half trotted in 106. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Money Shot. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is A Little Intoxicated. At the rail third is Tom Power. Going up fourth is Sweet Misery. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Money Shot by 1 length over A Little Intoxicated. At the rail third, that's Tom Power. On the outside fourth, Sweet Misery. Past the 3/4 mile mark, there's only about 2.5 lengths separate all 4 of those trotters. 3 quarters in 137 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still Money Shot along the rail with the lead. A Little Intoxicated second. Now slipping through at the rail is Tom Power. Tom Power now with the lead. Dropping back second is Money Shot. On the outside third, A Little Intoxicated. Moving up fourth is Sweet Misery. As they race for home, that's Tom Power, A Little Intoxicated, and Money Shot. It's going to be Tom Power, and here they all come. A Little Intoxicated gets up for place. Money Shot for show. 1 mile and 2:09 and 1/5.
Well, I don't know if there's a passing lane on that turn or not, but somehow
it was a gutsy move. Rory was just a little too wide, and Duke just snuck up through there. And I see Rory crossing the wire, looking on the outside, like what's going on?
What just happened? I mean, he knew he had Duke behind him, but Duke was able to slice through there very eloquently. And Tom Power was the favorite, as he should be, but coming around the last turn, I didn't think he was going to be able to get enough track room to get through there. I mentioned you should watch a replay of the first race, watch a replay of this second race, because I think Duke was pretty slick. He got his head through there and just kept right on going.
Sneaking Deacon.
Never moved his hands, never tipped his whip, nothing. He just sat right there with that colt. He just came on good at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Duke was very careful leaving. You know, he had the 5-hole and took his time, didn't get in a rush. I mean, I think he felt like he had the best horse, but he didn't overdrive it to prove it. He waited patiently as long as he could, and as circumstances worked out, Roy drifted off, which that's not uncommon for horses late in the mile to be a little bit tired to drift to the right. Duke took a long turn. I think he's headed back, coming back around. They're loading up a golf cart back there with friends and family.
There is a judge's inquiry in this race. Duke Sugg and Rory Moore, please report to the starting gate. Duke Sugg and Rory Moore, please report to the starting gate.
Yeah, David Myrick said Duke was in the grass.
Well, we'll leave that to the judges,
Yeah.
David Myrick. I think David still lives in Florida, but it mentioned on the broadcast, you know, quite a few years ago, Duke was in a very tough accident that he's recovered from, but I was there that day in Tiffin, Ohio, and very fortunate Duke's still with us, but doing well and doesn't drive that often. He does qualify and train, but you know, today was a good opportunity for him. Ryan Stahl wasn't able to make it, so you know, I'm kind of hoping that the judges don't see anything, that Duke was able to go through that hole safely and they leave him up top. Right now they're gathered over at the starting gate, and Joe, you might talk a little bit. You drove way more than I did about at a fair what transpires here. So they're over at the starting car right now.
Yeah, they get both drivers over there, and they kind of talk to each driver individually and see, you know, what happened. Was your horse bearing out, or were you know, out there for a reason? But yeah, they asked the judges, so they get on a radio and they talk to the judges individually, and then they decide to make a decision.
I think this was they called it a judge's inquiry. Roy didn't post an inquiry, did he, or did he?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I think it was the judges.
And they've got the horse actually right there at the car, a well-behaved horse. So he would be talking to the starter, who has a radio that the presiding judge could ask questions of, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It looks like Duke's headed back this way.
And we do
Like
have
I say,
a
the
judge.
horse, they do get a little tired in that last turn, as you know, as deep as this track is and so forth. They get a little sluggish, and they do drift out. And so, if that was the case,
It looks like they're headed to the winner's circle, so they don't anticipate any placing here.
We do have judges on top of the grandstand in the infield. We got judges on top of this grandstand that we're in.
They just showed the replay here, and can you back it up a second? It looks to me like clearly Duke stays on the track. It doesn't appear to me that he goes inside on the grass. Noteworthy here, coming to the winner's circle, we have a Hall of Famer, not just a local Hall of Famer, a national Hall of Famer. Duke's dad, Ivan Sugg, is making his way to the winner's circle on his own, and Duke's mother, Bonnie, is here as well, and his wife, Lisa, one of the co-owners, Steve, is in the winner's circle. So excellent representation here. So I'm watching the replay with all of you here at home, I think.
There is going to be a placing in this race. There is going to be a placing in this race. There will be a new winner.
Oh no.
oh,
Well,
Bring a little intoxicated back to the winner's circle. Bring the number 1 horse, a little intoxicated back
well, that was a first for me,
Uh,
seeing the horse come back to the winner's circle and then declare the
right.
placing.
Can we back that up one more time?
Maybe I can on mine too.
I would say it's a little bit unusual at a fair for a placing.
Yes.
Now, I will tell you at the fair, we do have presiding judge in that turn. There is a presiding judge in that turn with a radio, and a presiding judge in the crow's nest here in the main grandstand. What I don't know if any of these judges have the luxury that we do of a replay.
Maybe that's what took a while for them to watch the replay from the feed.
Trying to get it to the right spot. You got it? So we are awaiting a little intoxicated to come back to the winner's circle where he was named the winner.
Yeah, Joe and I just reviewed the replay again, and you might have seen the wheel maybe go into the grass. And if that's what the judges saw, that would be what they would call a pilot. They would call that a pylon violation. That
was a tough call.
That's a very tough call. Very tough call. And unfortunately, that situation, the horse drifting gave Duke the opportunity, and he took it.
We'll be awaiting a little intoxicated to come back to the winner's circle. So I don't know how they're going to place them, but I'll give you the fractions: 32 and 3, 106, 137, and 29 and 1. Track record for 2-year-old filly trotters was set just a couple years ago in 2021 by 1-2 Skip a Few from the stable.ca, and that was in 2-5. So that is the track record for the 2-year-old filly trotters.
Yeah, I was watching the feed from Lisbon yesterday, and that track, the turns are real sharp. The track isn't that wide, and I noticed that at just about every race, all the horses were almost on the outside fence going into the far turn. And I know drivers, even when I drove, when somebody started to come up inside you, you're out there for a reason, and they knew why you were out there, but they tried to, and then they forced you to come back down to the inside, because that far turn going into Lisbon is pretty sharp and really loose. And when you come out of that turn, going into the straightaway, you're almost on the outside.
Violation of the pylon violation. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 3/5. The half was in 106. The 3/4 in 137 with a mile in 209 and 1/5. From the top it should read 1, 3, 2, 5, 4 on the bottom. A mile in 209 and 1/5. The blanket for that race was courtesy of Weber Construction.
I have a feeling that we're not going to get a winner's circle presentation.
No, they may have gotten the
harness off and so
forth. They got unhooked, and the horse is already worked up, and they said, well, we'll take the check, but pass on the picture.
Yeah.
And the upcoming race 3, there'll be Win Place Exacta.
Okay, so we have no changes that we know of coming up for the third race, the 3-year-old filly pace. It is the first of 3 divisions, and we'll be right back to take a look at the horses after this.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
We're up. Okay, we're welcome back to Bowling Green, Ohio. We're going to bring you 14 races tonight. There are 14 races on the card. We have a couple divisions each of we have 3 divisions each of the 2-year-old filly trot, the 3-year-old filly pace, and the 3-year-old colt trot. 4 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace, and then we've got a signature trot in the 10th race. It's going to be the Dave Chamberlain trot. So 5 in that signature series trot. Going to see if they can break I Get It's record, but I Get It has been was quite the horse that raced around here and holds the track record of 2 minutes and 2/5. So we can take a look at these 3-year-old filly pacers. The total purse is $13,441, and this division they're going for $4,447. First, I'm a Flirt, Curtis Harper up for Mike Sweeney. Lisi is Curtis Harper. This is an I'm Gorgeous filly out of a Western Hanover mare, Campus Flirt. Has had 7 starts this year, has 1/3. That was back at Marion, but last start at Marysville, this filly paced in 2, 2, and 4.
2 horse, I'm a Beach Lady. Mark St. Louis in the bike, Herman Hageman trainer, Hageman Racing, Mount Vernon, Ohio, Martin D. Yoder, Mount Eaton, and Daniel Schrock from Millersburg. This filly is a down by the seaside out of Rock and Image mare. He's got 4 lifetime starts, or 16 starts this year, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. Banking of about 39,000. She looked pretty. She looked like she'd be pretty clever in here.
Gorgeous Ivory and Doc Holliday from the 3-hole. Doc's also the trainer for owners Renee Husko and Crazy Parrot Farm from Frisco, Texas. This is an I'm Gorgeous out of a Liz Marie mare at Tierna Dio. This was a bargain price horse as a yearling, $3,200 at the Buckeye Classic sale. And last year, out of 17 starts, 8 wins, 6 seconds, and 1/3, earnings of $38,000 plus. So quite a bargain price of $3,200 for this filly. She has had 5 starts this year and 1/3. 2 starts back at Bucyrus, she did pace in 2-1.
The 4 horse, West Malibu, driver Drew Neal, trained by Brian Boring. This is the down by the seaside filly out of a Western Hanover mare. 5 starts this year, 1 win, 1 second, 2/3. Got a mark at 2-6 and 2 at Marion. This filly is a $45,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale last year.
And Go Lila Jane rounds out the field. David Lake will drive for trainer Kent Hess and owner Ted Boschma from South Lyon, Michigan. This is a Rockin' Amadeus out of Ray 2 Go, who is by Cheyenne Ray. 7 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 1/3. Those wins were up in Michigan. I had to look these fairs up because I wasn't sure what it was, but one at the Clare County Fair, I believe that's in Harrison, in 2-1. and then also won at Hastings, which is the Berry County Fair in Michigan. So this horse has had last start 1 in 2, 1 and 1. So did show some speed. Also was in a race at Northfield Park and was timed in 58 and 3. We're going to turn it over to Bill for the post parade.
Curtis Harper, a Hilliard, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver, Curtis Harper. Number 2 is I'm a Beach Lady, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Gorgeous Ivory, owned by Renee Halesko of Marysville, Ohio, the Crazy Parrot Farm LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained and driven by Ken Holiday. Number 4 is West Malibu, owned by Doug Hartong Jr. of Adrian, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 5 is Go Go Lila Jane, owned by Ted Bosma of South Lyon, Michigan, trained by Kent Hess, the driver, David Lake. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate, and future windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Exacta, Quanella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 3. Attention to barns, you plan to warm up after race 3. Have your horse ready to come on the track when the horses of this race are going off. You're getting your horses ready for race 4.
Okay, and there were your horses in race 3. We talked a little bit about them, but there is a standout in here, I would say, is that I'm a Beach Lady. Gosh, all her last times last week at Scioto in the Buckeye Stallion Series, she paced in 53 and 2 and had a couple other miles at Scioto Downs in 53 and 3 and 53 flat. So kind of a speedy filly.
Yeah, and driven by, which I think the standings are close. I think Mark St. Louis is still our leading driver of all the fairs so far. I think it's in excess of 40. But I apologize to the Sugg family. I should have remembered. Brett Sugg is Duke's son, so Brooke and Brett. But I think, for Herman Hagerman, he's got a stable full of horses, and several of them are very high in the point standings for the fair conference, and he also races in the home talent. But this particular filly, he is kind of set up to race in the Stallion Series and in between starts go to the fairs, and I would look for this filly to be very competitive today and probably vie to make the fair championship in October this year, I believe at Hollywood this year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll get that date for you.
That was a pretty impressive mile, too, at Bucyrus in 56 and 3.
Yeah. Actually, the fair championship is at Northfield Park this year on October 19th. So 50,000 each division. Kind of a nice reason to keep getting some points at the fairs, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. One of the horses that hasn't found its form this year is the 3-horse. It, as a 2-year-old, won 8 of 17 last year. Gorgeous Ivory.
Yeah, absolutely. She just hasn't come back quite as strong as she was last year. I mean, that was just a great record last year, 15 of 17 for seconds or thirds.
Yeah, and that happens sometimes. I mean, they decided that maybe after having the winter off that they'd like to have the spring and summer off too.
Yeah.
So
it's fun out in the field.
Yeah, you just never know.
You never know with these things when you bring it back what they're going to pan out. As a 2-year-old, they might be monsters, and a 3-year-old, sometimes it just takes a little while to get to clicking.
Here, off and facing the first horse away is I'm a Beach Lady. On the outside second is West Malibu. Rubbing in their third, but now going off stride is Gorgeous Ivory. Now taking over third is Go Go Lila James. Slipping to fourth of the rail is I'm a Flirt. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has I'm a Beach Lady on top by 2 lengths. Pacing second is West Malibu, driven by Drew Deal. And their third is Go Go Lila Jane, driven by David Lake. Fourth is I'm a Flirt, driven by Curtis Harper. And the last horse, Gorgeous Ivory, driven by Ken Holiday. Horses are in straight alignment as here past the quarter-mile mark. First quarter was paced in 30 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's still I'm a Beach Lady by about 1.5 lengths. Racing in there second, that is West Malibu. Racing along third, that's Go Go Lila Jane. Fourth is I'm a Flirt, and the last horse is Gorgeous Ivory. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Mark St. Louis and I'm a Beach Lady bringing the horses down to the half. 2.5 legs back second. Out is West Malibu, followed by Go-Go Lila Jane third. First half paced in 101 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is I'm a Beach Lady. The closest horse second is West Malibu. Still racing third is Go-Go Lila Jane. I'm a fourth is fourth, and the last horse is Gorgeous Ivory. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still I'm a Beach Lady by 2.5 lengths. In their second, that's West Malibu. A little closer third now is Go-Go Lila Jane. Three quarters in 1:30 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's I'm a Beach Lady still with a lead. 2.5 legs back second, West Malibu. Third is Go-Go Lila Jane as they turn for home. I'm a Beach Lady still with a lead. Trying to go on is West Malibu and Go-Go Lila Jane. It's I'm a Beach Lady and West Malibu. It's going to be I'm a Beach Lady, and here the outcome. Tight for place there between West Malibu and Go-Go Lila Jane. 1 mile and 1:59 and 3/5.
Fifth of the second off the track record for 3-year-old filly pacers.
Yeah, just missed it.
Yeah, and that record was set last year. Lady with No Fear. Ed Hensley, I believe, drove and trained that horse. How about the back half?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, they kind of picked it up going down the backside that third quarter.
57 and 4 back half. They were the half in 101 and 4, mile in 158 and 3.
9.
Oh no, 159 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That filly, that I'm a Beach Lady, what a stride she had too, and she didn't look like she was barely hitting the ground before she come right back up again. I mean, not hitting the track hard, just floating along. She just a good-looking filly.
Yeah, that race was actually a little closer than I thought it would be. Off of that, relatively comfortable half, I kind of figured Mark St. Louis would be on cruise control, but he had to kind of wake the horse up a little bit coming for home, as we had a very tight photo for second. I'm not sure. Go-Go Lila Jane might have gotten there for second, but very close between the 4-horse West Malibu and Go-Go Lila Jane.
And here is I'm a Beach Lady, so let's get the winner's circle.
Into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Mount Vernon, Mount Eaton, and Millersburg comes number 2, I'm a Beach Lady. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Martin D. Yoder and Daniel Schrock. Trained by Herman Hagerman and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Legacy Farmers Co-op. Let's have a big hand here for Herman and Morgan Hagerman, Mark St. Louis, Stacy Curry, and I'm a Beach Lady at the Legacy Farmers Co-op, the Donors of the Blanket.
Yeah, she's a big, strong-looking filly, too.
Okay, we should get
There are the official placings
rundown.
for race 3 from the top. Number 1, I'm a Flirt was 4th. Number 2, I'm a Beach Lady was the winner. Number 3, Gorgeous Ivory was 5th. Number 4, West Malibu was 3rd. And number 5, Go-Go Lila Jane was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 3/5. The half was in 101 and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 with a mile in 1:59 and 3/5. And the top it should read 4:15.32 on the bottom. A mile in 1:59 and 3/5.
Yeah, Sunday we had a tight one for place, and it was the outside horse that got there, according to where the finish
in the upcoming
how
race.
it runs.
Number 4, Wilder, the driver will be David Lake. David Lake will drive number 4, Wilder. Number 6, Jones, the driver will be John Payne.
Okay, so that is 3 races in the books. The 4th race coming up is a 3-year-old colt trot, the first of 3 divisions, and we'll be back to take a look at those horses right after this.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay. Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Hey, welcome back to Bowling Green, Ohio at the Wood County Fair, where we have 14 races on the card for you tonight. The fourth race coming up, the 3-year-old Colt Trot.
I've just taken a look around here over my shoulders, and I see a lot of people here that were here years ago when I was stabled here and raced here, and I even see a familiar face from Northfield area, Doc Wilson and Barbara here with us this afternoon.
Oh,
so
nice.
There's quite a few familiar faces.
Yeah, there's Jack Whitaker's pointing at me.
Yeah, there's Jack. Yep, Jack was here Sunday.
Be D.L. Whitaker relation there.
Yes.
We want to welcome our people watching, too. We've got Renee Tony Hayes watching from Australia tonight. So thanks, everybody, for joining in.
There's over 100 people online right now watching, which is pretty respectable for it's not even 6 o'clock yet.
And there's a great crowd in the grandstand. I mean, there
is.
Really, and more people just keep walking in, so it's a
nice breeze tonight, too.
Yeah, perfect place to sit tonight.
Yeah, the grandstand, they did this right, how it's positioned. I mean, it's kind of a little bit due northeast, so, the sun's
behind us.
Right, it's behind us.
Okay, so we can take a look at the horses in this race. The one, Secret Chaos Theory, Curtis Harper will drive for trainer Mike Sweeney. Pat Sweeney and Lemmer Racings are the owners. This is a Sebastian K.S. gelding out of a Muscles Yankee mare, Muscles Secret. 8 starts this year, has 3 seconds and a third. That third came in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs, where this colt trotted in 56-2.
The 2-horse, Smooth Talkin', driven by Drew Neal, trained by Rosie Weaver. This is a unique bred horse. This is a What the Hill gelding out of Time to Talk, which is a Conway Hall mare. There's a little bit of a head scratcher, but very good combination here. What the Hill sire crossed with a Conway Hall mare. This thing has won 2 in a row. Last start very impressively at Mount Vernon by 2 lengths, 2:01.4. Has 9 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds, and has made $32,721.
The 3-horse, Dublin Rockin' Jerry, another Herman Hagerman entry. Driver Mark St. Louis. And this is an Enterprise gelding out of a Cadabra mare, Magic Dancing. 18 starts this year, 5 wins, 1 second. Last year at 4 starts. Didn't have a lot of success last year, but this looks like it's maybe one that's needed a year off and come back, and looks it's win 4 of his last starts.
Wilder and David Lake will leave from the 4-hole. Ann Russell is the trainer and the owner, and we understand that it is Ann's birthday today. So we all want to say very happy birthday to Ann Russell. She sends out her Uncle Peter colt out of a Victory Sam mare, TK's Karma. 7 starts this year, has not hit the board yet, has been having some trouble staying flat, so we hope that Wilder will stay flat for Ann's birthday.
The 5-horse Banker's Slim Chance is driven by Greg Bateson, trained by Pat Karcher. This horse is a Break the Bank K. The dam is K. Sass and Pout, which was a offspring of Tom Ridge. Did not race last year, but does have 4 starts this year, no wins, no seconds, and no thirds. Has made $991.
6-horse zoned. Trainer John Payne. I believe John's driving this one himself, if I'm correct. This is the What the Hill Gelding out of a Donato Hanover mare. My zone. 18 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, bankroll of about $2,800. Or 28,000, I'm sorry. And last start at Northfield kind of shows a good mile. Trotted the last quarter 30 and 2. Start before that, last quarter 28 and 2 at Sydney. That's a pretty good last quarter there for a trotter. But I believe they're 5 wide here, or they score 6.
Yes, he'll go from the second tier.
He'll start the second tier, so that might help this horse out in this field.
Years ago, Joe, when you were stable here, we did score 6. And to a variety of reasons, a lot of these fairs, we just don't need to have horses right up tight to the fence. And I think it's a good safety move.
Of $4,400 and blanket given in memory of Jerry and Bernice Burns. And one is Secret Chaos there. By Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney and the driver Curtis Harper. Number 2 is Smooth Talking. By Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Cabby D LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 3 is Dublin Rockin' Jerry. By Anthony Miller of Dundee, Ohio, and Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Wilder, owned and trained by Ann Russell of Britain, Michigan, the driver David Lake. Number 5 is Banker's Slim Chance, owned by Catherine Smith of Glen Allen, Virginia, trained by Pat Karcher and the driver Greg Bateson. And number 6 is Zone, owned, trained and driven by John Payne of Toledo. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering.
The 3-year-old colt trot track record is I Get It, who also holds the overall track record. What a horse he was, and what a horse he still is.
Yeah, he's racing on the East Coast, I believe, at a couple different tracks he's been at. But a horse we'll get to see later today, Stony Ridge Top, and I Get It battled it out in the Signature Series in Northwest Ohio. And those two, basically, whoever drew inside generally won that. But they had some epic battles. Had one here at the Wood County Fair, I think, even last year. But
yeah, I believe he won it here last year.
Yeah, he won the Dave Chamberlain Trot 3 years in a row in 21, 22, 23. Right now he's racing at Yonkers. He was at Dover Downs the first part of the year. Looked like Mr. Rowland sold him in October of last year.
Yep.
But he is up to $420,000 in earnings, $116,000 just this year.
I was surprised Bob sold this horse, but after talking to him and his wife a little bit, he was a racehorse, and needed to race him all the winter, and he's, at times could be a little bit of a handful, and Bob likes to focus on young trotters, and he had a nice young trotter, an Enterprise trotter. The name eludes me, and I think somebody made him on a very appealing offer and decided that maybe I Get It they could get. So it happens. That's the sad part of this horse business. You can't keep them forever, and so sometimes they go on to new owners and have great success, and hopefully get taken care of as well as what they were taken care of in your own stable.
I always said I hope somebody buys a good one from me, because maybe they'll come back and buy a bad one sometime.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
They'll be back for more if they get a good one. Yep, that's for sure.
You know, you always want the horse to do well.
Correct.
You know, simply because you want to feel like that person was satisfied with the buy, and as you say, Joe, hopefully they'll come back and buy another one from you and take care of it. Currently, the favorite is the 3 is the current favorite, and the 2 is a very close second favorite. So they're both money's pretty evenly split. Should be a good race.
And I see this is sponsored by in memory of Gerald and Bernice Burris.
Yes.
Those are some folks that I worked for here when I was a kid growing up. I remember him having probably anywhere from 30 to 40 horses at one time, and boy, I wish I had a nickel for every time I went around this track.
Huh. Well, a long time horse people here. Their granddaughter is the speed superintendent. Tyler Burris Lee is the speed superintendent. Has done a great job putting on the program, and here they come.
Here, off and trotting the first horse away is Dublin Rockin' Jerry. At the rail second, it's Smooth Talkin'. And the third, that's Wilder. Away up fourth at the rail, that's Secret Chaos Theory. On the outside, fifth is Zone. And the last horse is Banker's Slim Chance. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Now Judy will have Smooth Talkin' on top by 2 lengths. In the second is Dublin Rockin' Jerry, driven by Mark St. Louis. Racing along third is Wilder, driven by David Lake. Up on the outside fourth is Secret Chaos Theory, driven by Curtis Harper. Fifth it is Zone, driven by John Payne. And the last horse is Banker's Slim Chance, driven by Greg Bateson. First quarter trotted in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end, it is Smooth Talkin'. Up on the outside second, it's Secret Chaos Theory. Racing along up the rail third, that's Dublin Rockin' Jerry. On the outside fourth is Zone. Racing at the rail fifth, coming to the left is Wilder. And the last horse, Banker's Slim Chance. 1-5 well bumped, off stride now goes Zone. First half trotted in 101 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside, the race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Smooth Talkin'. The horse going on the place on the outside second is Secret Chaos Theory. At the rail, looking for racing room third is Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Moving up on the outside fourth is Wilder. Racing in there fifth is Zone, and the last horse, Banker's Slim Chance. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Smooth Talkin' with lead. Now taking over second along the rail. That's Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Coming back third on the outside is Secret Chaos Theory. At 4 wider on that turn goes Wilder. 3/4 in 132 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Up the lead. That is still Smooth Talkin'. Racing in there second. Around that turn is Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Wilder trying to hold on for third. As they race toward home, that's Smooth Talkin' and Dublin Rockin' Jerry. It's going to be Smooth Talkin', and here they all come. Dublin Rockin' Jerry up for place, Wilder up for show. 1 mile and 2:03.
I don't generally talk about a third place finisher first, but today is Ann Russell's birthday, and I'm going to talk about the third place finishing Wilder. Happy birthday, Ann Russell. Wilder, I think, just completed his first mile since May, where he stayed flat the whole mile, so she's got to be tickled with that. But nicely driven winner and Smooth Talkin', the 2-horse. I mean, the race really kind of was determined right here in the first 16th of a mile. Mark St. Louis tried awfully hard, Dublin Rockin' Jerry, to get to the front and just could not get there by the first turn. Smooth Talkin' with Drew Neal was able to hold that position and basically had Mark St. Louis tucked in behind him the entire mile until we got to the head of the stretch.
Yeah, didn't look at all at the 3/4 pole that he was going to be able to get out at all, but then some of the outside ones kind of fell back a little bit so he could get out.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these trotters, they're not push button like a car. When you get out, you just jam on the gas and go. You know, you've got to kind of delicately move them and let them have their head a little bit at the same time, trying to help them be balanced.
City, Walhonding, and Hudson comes number 2, Smooth Talkin', owned by Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, and Kevy D LLC, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal.
That gives Drew Neal his second driving win of the meet, and Rosie her second training win of the meet.
Nice.
Yeah, I think what kind of helped this horse out in the mile was when Harper come a little earlier, and just Drew was able to keep the horse there on the outside and kind of control the race the rest of the way. And
the blanket for this
halfway
race
through
is
the
given
last
in
turn,
memory
kind of
of
just kind of
Jerry
gave
and
his head a
Bernice
little
Burris.
bit.
The
And just
Burris
kind of
were
drove off.
long-time harness racing people here from Wood County, and this blanket is given in their memory. Members of the Burris family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
Joe talked about the Burrises earlier, and I see their son, Jim Burris, and his
grandson,
sister. Well, and his sister,
Becky.
Becky Johnson's in the winner's circle. Tyler Burris Lee and her son Colton is out there as well. So nice. Yeah, and longtime veterinary Doc Wilson.
That is Doc. And I believe that Cabby D is what Doc's ownership is under, I believe.
Okay.
One Secret Chaos Theory was fifth. Number 2, Smooth Talkin' was the winner. Number 3, Dublin Rockin' Jerry was second. Number 4, Wilder was third. Number 5, Banker's Slim Chance was fourth. And number 6, Stoned was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 30 4/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3/4 in 132 4/5. With a mile in 203. And top it should read 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. A mile in 203.
Fifth race coming up. We have one change to tell you about. The 2-horse Well Colored will be driven by Pierce Henry. And don't forget, you can go to harnessracingohio.com and get your program. Just go to harnessracingohio.com, click on the Bowling Green or the Wood County Fair icon, and then your the program will show for you, and you can follow along with us. So we'll be back with the 5th race after these messages.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Okay, welcome back to Bowling Green. It looks like we're going to have the Matt Clark Fair Food Report tonight. He has a sandwich here. We got a pretzel was good. The pretzel was good. So it looks like he's got a burger, a porcoline. That's what it's called, a porcoline. Oh. That was what Joe said the other night. You went to go to the pork tent, right? Yeah. The pork, yep. Well, that's what he got. So we're going to hear he's taking a bite. We're going to hear the report. Oh, it got a thumbs up. So we are good to go to the pork place tonight.
They come from a butcher up here in town here, Belleville.
Oh, he said that Joe said that they come from a local butcher right here in town. So. You keep a box in the freezer?
Just a spur of the moment cookout or something.
Okay.
Well, we may as well have a sandwich or something like here.
So I just was found out, if you ever go to Joe's house, he'll have those for you. He got a spur of the moment pork lean sandwiches for you.
Oh yeah, we keep some of those things in the freezer just for spur of the moment thing. They're delicious.
That is a good idea. Great idea. We had it's just a beautiful night here at Bowling Green. We've got a huge crowd in the grandstand, so we hope that they are down there betting away.
Well, I think a lot of times too, when you have these races later in the afternoon on a nice day, the crowd, everybody's getting off work. Sometimes they leave work a little bit earlier just to come out here and enjoy the races and like I said, they probably people know people with horses, and they get together and group up and come out and even stand around the outside fence and talk and stop back and talk to the drivers and so forth.
Yeah.
It's a nice atmosphere.
It seems like back at the barn area, it was there's a lot of people around there. They can go back and talk to everybody, pet the horses. It's just that's what's so great about the fairs.
Right.
And I see you waving to everybody in the grandstand. So
I got
most of them.
a cousin sitting over here, and Jack sitting back here, and I see a lot of familiar faces.
Yeah, that makes it fun. That's what the hometown fair is all about. So I don't know. We're not quite ready for the post parade, so we'll take a look at these horses. This is the second of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. So they're going for a purse of $3,615, but the total purse $14,660. Vapor at the Sea, Mark St. Louis Jr. up for Herman Hagerman. That duo has been doing pretty well today. This is a Down by the Seaside out of a Big Bad John mare, Eden's Lucky Charm. Hagerman Racing and Roger Huard are the owners. This horse is just coming off a win at Paynesville in 2-2. And the start before that, he did race in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Didn't finish very good, but did pace the Scioto Downs track in 57 flat.
The 2-horse, well-colored, I believe Pierce Henry's driving this for Ron Steck, the trainer. Ron Steck's the owner. Looks like it's a brown colt out of a well-said out of a Blissful Hall mare. This first start for this horse.
Pat King Cole, Cameron Keena up for Brian Boring. Brian is also the owner of this horse. This is a Rodeo Romeo out of an Hawaiian Cowboy mare, late night arrival. It's just had 2 lifetime starts, Marion and Tiffin, and finished 5th both of those times. It was timed in 2, 3, and 4 at Tiffin. What's interesting, Cameron Keena, he's been up on some horses before, put up on some horses. I never knew how old he was. I was thinking he was a young guy, but he's just 18 years old.
He's a young guy. 4-horse, it's Miller time. Curtis Harper, the driver, for Mike Sweeney, trainer. Owned by Sweeney of Delaware, Miller of Dublin, Ohio, Miller of Groveport, Ohio, and Heath from Columbus. This horse has had 4 starts, 1 win, 1 second. Career earnings of $446. This horse has raced had a couple starts in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Paid some impressive miles of 55 and 4, 56 and 1, showing the last quarter 28 flat at Scioto. So this horse could looks like he could be right there with these.
Isa Mann and David Lake from the 5-hole. Tyler Bates trains for Suzanne Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing. This is a Rockin' Amadeus out of a Pine Valley mare, Tricky Trendy. The $8,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Has had 6 starts this year. Last start finished 3rd at Tiffin. The start before that finished 2nd at Oak Harbor and was best individually timed in 2 minutes and 2/5. So getting faster. This colt's been getting faster as it goes along. So yeah, its Miller time is kind of the standout, but Vapor at the Sea certainly, with that 157 mile at Scioto in the Buckeye Stallion Series, it's got some speed too.
Yeah, this will be interesting for its Miller time here. It doesn't show many. Shows a mile at Paulding earlier in early of June in 2, 3, and 1 win by nose. So he's been on some pretty decent tracks. Marion was a tough track, and 2, 5, and 3, that was pretty respectable too.
Yeah. Okay, here's the post parade from Bill.
A blanket courtesy of Rosendale Hay. This is the 2nd division of the Dennis Zernal Pace. One is Vapor at the Sea, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Roger Howard of Edgerton, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 2 is Well Colored, owned and trained by Ron Stecca-Maringo. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Pat King Cole, owned and trained by Brian Boring of Adrian, Michigan. The driver is Cameron Keena. Number 4 is It's Miller Time, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, J.R. Miller of Dublin, Ohio, Rocky Miller of Gulfport, Ron Heath of Columbus, trained by Mike Sweeney. The driver is Curtis Harper. Number 5 is Eisenman, owned by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg and Cedar Point Beach Racing of Fremont, trained by Ty Bates, the driver David Lake. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Future windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 5. Your attention to barns, you plan to warm up after race 5. Have your horse ready to go on the track when the horses of this race are going off. You're getting your horse for race 6. Will you please close this one draw gate?
So there were your horses for race number 5. We said this is the second of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace.
I just watched It's Miller Time come by here in the front of the grandstand when he was parading. I noticed he had a Murphy blind on the inside, and he kind of looked at that winner circle there a little bit, did a dipsy-do to the outside. So
maybe a good thing they've got that on.
It might be a good thing he's got the 4-hole too.
Yeah.
I think when he gets horses on both sides and speeds up, that hopefully that goes out of his system.
They pay attention a little bit then.
Right. I think the one's going to be tough to beat out of the 1 hole. It's raced at Painesville, pretty impressive mile at 2:02. Painesville isn't what it used to be, so we'll see. I think it's Miller's Time has been in a lot tougher company its last 2 starts, but showed that when it's at a fair, it can be pretty competitive as first and second. So Iserman, Ty Bates' horse, won a pretty big trip at Tiffin out of the 6-hole, parked the first quarter, got to the lead, but got a little bit tired and finished a game 3rd at Tiffin, pacing at 2:02 and 4.
Yeah, it's a big difference coming from a nice firm track to a track that's a little deep and so forth.
Yeah, when you break away with horses, horses are on a deep track. Sometimes, their footing won't hold, and that might cause them to hit a shin or bump a knee, and that makes it a little different.
Yes, it does.
Let's throw it up to Bill Peters for the call of this, the 5th race.
Here they come. They're off and facing the first horse away at the rail. It's Vapor at the Sea. On the outside, second is Pat King Cole. In their 3rd, it's Miller Time. Racing in their 4th, it's Well Colored, and the last horse is Eisenman. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Vapor at the Sea on top by 2 lengths. Racing in their 2nd is Pat King Cole, driven by Cameron Keena. In their 3rd is It's Miller Time, driven by Curtis Harper. 4th along the rail is Well Covered, driven by Pierce Henry. On the outside 5th, it's Eisenman, driven by David Lake. 5 pacers pretty well bunched. They race past the quarter-mile mark. That's still Vapor at the Sea with the lead. First quarter paced in 30 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Vapor at the Sea with the lead. Eisenman is now paced up 2nd on the outside. 3rd along the rail is Well Colored. Moving up on the outside 4th, that's Pat King Cole. Racing down to the half-mile mark. Still with the lead. It is Vapor at the Sea. At the rail 2nd is Eisenman. On the outside 3rd, that is It's Miller Time. Racing in their 4th, Pat King Cole, the last horse, Well Colored. First half paced in 1:01. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Vapor at the Sea. The closest horse 2nd on the outside, it's Miller Time. At the rail 3rd is Eisenman. Racing 4th is Pat King Cole, and the last horse is Well Colored. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. Now Vapor at the Sea opens up about 3.5 lengths over It's Miller Time. Still racing 3rd is Eisenman. 4th is Pat King Cole, and the last horse Well Colored. 3/4 in, 1:30 and 2/5. Now the horses are getting strung out just a wee bit. That's still Vapor at the Sea with the lead. Racing 2nd around that turn, it's Miller Time. As they turn for home, now Vapor at the Sea begins to paint just a wee bit, and closing up on the outside is It's Miller Time. as they race through the lane. That's Vapor at the Sea at the rail. It's Miller time on the outside. Vapor at the Sea, and it's Miller time. It's going to be Vapor at the Sea, and here they all come. It's Miller time up for place, up for show. It's Pet King Cole. A mile and 2:02.
Well, that was a horse race.
Yes, it was. I thought when David Lake come first up there and Harper pulled on the outside, I thought that was a great move by the kid. But once he started up through there, he lost his cover. David ducked back to the wood.
Right. I mean, David coming first over was able to push the pressure, and Mark opened up a little bit, which created a nice hole for David, and he dropped right in there and ended up leaving Curtis hung.
Right.
He was able to clear David down the backside, and actually coming around the last turn, it appeared Curtis Harper might have enough to get by Mark St. Louis, but it
looked like he had some horse left, but here, about 20 yards before the wire, he was kind of spent.
Looked like he needed a little company when he was up by a lot. I think he kind of maybe lost interest a little bit, and when that horse came up on him, then Vapor at the Sea kind of took off again. I did not catch the first quarter, but they went an even rated mile down the half in 1:01, a mile in 2:02. That gives Mark St. Louis his second win of the day and third of the meet here. He's going to wait for the water truck so he doesn't get a shower back there.
Let's go, coming in from Mount Vernon in my hometown of Edgerton, comes number 1, Vapor at the Sea. All by Hagerman Racing and Roger Howard, trained by Herman Hagerman and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr.
Down by the seaside out of a Big Bad John.
Yeah, $17,000 Buckeye
That's
Classic
for the here
yearling.
for Herman and Morgan Hagerman, Mark St. Louis, and Vapor at the Sea. And the Rosendale Hay, the owners of the bike.
We'll get the rundown here from Bill in just a moment.
Payoffs posted.
There the official placings for race 5 from the top. Number 1, Vapor at the Sea was a winner. Number 2, Well Colored was 5th. Number 3, Pet King Cole was 3rd. Number 4, It's Miller Time was 2nd. Number 5, Eisenman was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 30 3/5. The half was in 1:01. The 3/4 in 1:30 2/5. With a mile in 2:02. In the top it should read 1:53.24 on the bottom, a mile and 2:02, equaling Vapor at the Sea's lifetime mark. In the upcoming race 6, there'll be Win Place Show, Exotic Quinella, and Trifecta Wager. In representative of County Line Co-op, trackside after the next race for the trophy presentation.
So for those of you who might be in the area and looking for something to do over next weekend here at the Wood County Fair on Friday, August 2nd, they've got a multi-vehicle demo. I'm not sure what that means, if they just have cars and trucks and all sorts of things out there. But on Saturday, they have a truck and tractor pull, and then Sunday is a regular demo derby. So it's lots of stuff going. This is a long-running fair.
Yeah, and Thursday night they have a big concert with 3 artists. Sammy Kershaw, Aaron Tippin, and I believe Colin Ray. I might be wrong, but
Okay.
they have three artists singing here Thursday night.
Well, they got plenty of room in the grandstands to hold a big crowd, don't they? So that's 5 races in the books. 6th race coming up is the second of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old filly trot. So we'll be back to take a look at those horses right after this.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D.
Okay, we are back at Bowling Green, where they have 65,000 people come here to watch tractor and truck pulls in August, mid-August, right?
Yeah, there's quite a crowd here for that 4-day event.
Yeah, that is an amazing, the world's largest tractor pulling championship. It's 65,000 fans and 300 competitors. $250,000 in prize money, 2,200 campers. That's campsites. That's a lot of campers here.
Yeah, if you like noise, this is the place to be. If you enjoy peace and quiet, this is not the town to be in that weekend.
The whole town gets rowdy, I'll bet.
Well, you can hear the tractors from 5-6
yeah.
miles away,
Oh,
easy.
wow.
I'm 3 miles away, and I can hear them very loud.
And you'll hear them get excited when you hear the famous saying "full pull." Full pull means they've pulled the length of the
Track.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think it's 300 feet or something like that.
Polka band out there in the campground area. They could have Oktoberfest too.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, that's August 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Right.
Yeah, there's another race here. I believe it's the 10th, the Signature Series race sponsored by the Dave Chamberlain Trot. And I believe Dave, if I'm not mistaken, Steve, is Sam's son, or were they brothers?
I think they were brothers.
Brothers?
They
Okay.
were brothers.
And they both played a
Big
big part in the bringing the tractor pull here.
Yep, big part. Both of them worked on the speed committee for harness racing.
Right.
Dave was a big advocate, I think, as was Sam for
right.
horse pulls too. We used to
Right.
have a lot of horse and pony pulls here, but they were some of the original folks that helped organize and coordinate the National Tractor Pull coming to Bowling
Yeah,
Green.
they started quite early too to get this track ready for Fair Week.
Well, that
Yeah.
brings a lot of income for the fair, I would think.
Yeah, once the fair ends on Sunday or Monday, the tractor pull takes over the fairgrounds for the rest of the month. It becomes their facility. It's still the Wood County Fair, but their lease agreement, the way I understand it, once the fair is over, they start preparation for the tractor
Start
pull.
working the tracks.
And then once the tractor pull's over, then they do everything they can to put it back the way they found it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, if you notice those two between the two barriers out there, those are the tracks that they pull on, and you notice they're all full of grass, so they'll be in here digging those things up and pouring the water to them and getting them packed down and make sure that track's nice and hard.
Well,
There's Stony Bridge.
Yeah. Big deal coming up here in just a couple weeks too. It's just not very far away.
Yep.
But let's take a look at the horses in this 2-year-old filly trot. The 1 Bank It, Rory Moore drives, trains, owns, and bred this Break the Bank K filly out of a Perfectly mare, Ultra Perfect. Has had just 4 starts this year, has been making some breaks, so we hope she can stay flat today.
The 2, D's Lightning. Dan Venier is the driver, trainer, and part owner of this horse, along with J.L. Sanders and Schuberg Racing. This very nice 2-year-old and away we go filly has 6 starts, 4 wins, and has bankrolled $12,768. Is currently on a 3. Actually, it had a win taken away place, but it's won 3 in a row, 4 of its last 5 starts. Dan, I think, broke this horse and has trained it all the way. They bought it at the Buckeye Classic sale for $19,000.
Yeah, the 3 horses, Tom hands it over. Driver David Lake for Stephen Novak. Owner is Gerald Majal of Westland, Michigan. This is second horse lifetime start. It shows 1/3 here. Earnings of $800. Was third after making a break his first start. Come back, finished third. Paced a mile in, or trotted a mile at Oak Harbor in 2:9 and 2.
David Lake. Number 4 is Bobby T. By Bob Troyer of Middlefield, Ohio, and Deborah Cavernmal of Georgetown, Pennsylvania, trained and driven by Chris Hirschberger. Number 5 is Dixie Road. By Heartland Acres of Wauhanding, Ohio, Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Cabby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 6 is Buddha. By Steve Stewart of Paris, Kentucky, D. Wright of Ridgeway, South Carolina, Kevin Doherty of Jeffersonville, Indiana, and Greg Wilcoxon of Florida, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver, Clifton Bell. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mutual.
Okay, the 4 is Bobby T. Chris Hirschberger trains and drives for Bob Troyer and Deborah Cavermo, and Deborah is also the breeder of this full count filly. It's out of an SJ's Photo Mare, Photo Magic. Finished second or last start at Northfield. That was at the Summit County Fair races that were held at Northfield. Finished second, was timed in 2:2 and 1.
The 5, Dixie Road. This Rosie Weaver trained filly is driven today by Drew Neal. The Uncle Peter mare is Sawmill Road, which was a DeJarmbro. She has 2 starts on the year, 1 win, and has made $3,802. Took a mark of 2.7 at Bucyrus.
The 6 horse Boot Up. Clifton Bell's driving for trainer Christopher Beaver. This is a What the Hill filly out of a Lucky Chucky mare. 7 starts this year, 1 win, 4 thirds. It's banked $5,600. Owners are Stewart from Paris, Kentucky, D. Wright from Ridgeway, South Carolina, Doherty from Jeffersonville, Indiana, and Wilcoxon of someplace in Florida. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's a filly. Showed a kind of a little bit of an impressive mile last week, taking a 3-hole trip, trotting a mile in 2:9. Having a second tier may help her out a little bit.
I am guessing that Dietz Lightning will be the certainly prohibitive favorite after with all those wins. Actually, as Steve mentioned, the horse thinks it won 5 times. The judges took that one away, but was first place 7th. But in this horse's mind, he's won 5 straight.
Yeah, and that's another locally trained horse. Dan's mailing address is Pemberville, which is in Wood County, but his track is in Sandusky County. It's on the other side of 23, but Dan and Cheryl are having an excellent year training horses. They've got what I think's the best 3-year-old pacing colt. Rose Run Zane has won some sire stakes, and really legitimate horse. I think it's got a chance to maybe go and compete in the Little Brown Jug later this year.
Yeah, I believe last 3 or 4 years, Dan's really had some nice horses.
And it doesn't come with magic. Dan's really one of the hardest working guys, and along with Cheryl, you'll find they manage that whole stable themselves with very little help, and do a magnificent job, and are great grandparents as well. I know they're very active in their grandchildren's lives, so it's always nice to see Dan have success, and this filly here has been really successful.
Yeah, you know, too, just because when the races are over here, they still have a lot to do when they get home.
For sure.
Okay, the horses are behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate, so we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of this, the 6th race, the 2-year-old filly trot.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Bobby T. But now Bobby T goes off stride and taking over his Pete Slady. Up the rail second, that's Boot Up. Moving up on the outside third, that's Dixie Road. At the rail fourth, that's Bankin. Off stride fifth, that is Bobby T. And the last horse heading down the backside is Tom Hands It Over. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, the race over to the quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Dan Beanie with Pete Slady. Racing in there second, that's Boot Up, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing third is Dixie Road, driven by Drew Neal. And their fourth is Bankin, driven by Rory Moore. Moving up fifth is Tom Hands It Over, driven by David Lake. And the last horse is Bobby T, driven by Chris Hirschberger. First quarter trotted in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Pete Slady by a length and a half over Boot Up. Racing in there third, that's Dixie Road. Fourth is Bacon. Moving up fifth along the rail is Bobby T, and the last horse offside momentarily was Tom Hands It Over. Past the half-mile mark. That's Pete Slady now by 3.5 lengths over Boot Up. First half trotted in 103. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Pete Slady. The closest horse second along the rail as they race down to the backside, that is Dixie Road. Racing along the rail third is Boot Up. Bankett trots in there fourth. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Pete Slady now by about 5.5 lengths. Racing second is Dixie Road. Bankett now trots up third. Falling back fourth is Boot Up. Moving up fifth is Bobby T. The last horse off stride is Tom Hands It Over. 3/4 in 133 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Pete's leading by about 3.5 lengths. Second and trying to go on is Dixie Road. Third is Bankett. As they race for home, that's Pete Sliding and Dixie Road. Pete Sliding and Dixie Road. It's going to be Pete Sliding, and here they all come. Dixie Road up for place, up for show is Bankett. 1 mile in 2:05 and 2/5.
At the start, you could see Dan looking over, wasn't in any hurry to get up to the front. But when that other horse made the break, Bobby T made the break, then he just slid right over, and that was kind of it.
Yeah, wasn't quite on the gate there, and he was able to get him out of there and just kind of ease him to the front. And horse, like I said, the horse made a break on the outside, and I thought Clifton Bell did a good job getting that horse out of there, following Dan out of there and getting a 2-hole trip.
Yeah, I think Chris kind of thought he could set the race up if he got to the top, and I think Dan probably realized that he was not going to chase his horse into a mistake.
Yep.
And once Chris's horse made that bobble, it was kind of a game, set, match, because Dan, had a very nicely rated mile there. Drew Neal did a marvelous job fighting through several traffic bumps along the way, and was able to get up within eyesight of the two, but didn't have anything left to really contend for the win. So
yeah.
A nice game second for Dixie Road.
Yeah, especially 2-year-old trotters, and that first turn, leaving out of there can be pretty hectic at times.
Oh, for sure. And if you look, most of these horses show making a bobble or making a mistake, and you'd much rather have a clean mile to have a horse make a mistake, because a lot of times they'll learn good habits and they'll learn bad habits.
They can earn bad ones real quick.
Correct.
Stay trotting, you'll make money.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know if you guys noticed the rigging on the Dixie Rhodes head. We talked about this last week at Tiffin. Got a Shady Daisy on, but also got cable ties on her. She got a shadow row behind her ears and cable ties on there. So it's really
that's a lot of time. Those cable ties up there to keep them from pinning their ears.
Right. Yeah. Yep. But I've never seen. I mean, I've seen shadow rolls, and then they have the little things with the little blinds that stick up. But I've never seen anybody put cable ties back there too.
Yeah, I noticed too. She's an Uncle Peter out of a DeJarmbro mare, so she's got a little right to be a little sassy.
Little attitude.
Comes number 2, Deep Sliding, all by Vinier Racing, John and Leon Saunders and Schubert Racing, trained in over victory by Dan Vinier. The blanket for this race is courtesy of County Line Co-op.
Joe, you had some success with some DeJarmbros. DeJarmbro was a pretty popular stallion when he first came to Ohio, and not everybody got along with DeJarmbros.
No, I liked them. I had several. I can't even remember their names now. I remember their nicknames, but Graceful Jarmo was one. And he was a nice horse with some sire stakes for me. Fairs. I used to get some looks when I'd take him to a fair, because I was going to a fair with other ones, and I'd just take him along for a train a mile and training for some money. But he was a nice horse. Like I say, I got along with the DeJarmbros very well.
So at fairs you see some funny payoffs. I'll talk about a funny one here. So this race, because they had 6 in it, we had win, place, and show, and the heavy favorite, the 2, paid $210 to win, $210 to place, and not one person bet it to show.
Wow. Not
one person. So all of the show money went to the 5 horse and paid $820 on a $2 bet. I mean, you never know what you run into at the fair. And I think probably some people were confused because on shorter fields they have no show wagering. So I'm assuming nobody didn't realize there was any show wagering, and $8.20 on a show bet's pretty amazing at a county fair.
Yes, it is.
That is. I'm going to give you the rundown quick. Bankit was 3rd. Dietz Lighting, the winner. Tom Hands It Over was 6th. Bobby T 4th. Dixie Rhodes 2nd. Boot Up 5th. Fractions were 31 and 2, 103, 133 and 4, and 25 and 2. 7th race coming up, the second of 3 divisions of the 3-year-old filly Pacers, and we'll be right back to talk about them.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Okay, welcome back to Bowling Green. Steve, you were talking about this 7th race coming up as being a very competitive race.
Yeah, when I took a quick look at this last night, in my opinion, this was the best race of the day. Now, it may not pan out that way, but 4 of the 5 horses have won this year. Three of the 5 have won multiple times, and some pretty impressive times. And it looked like a really good setup race, because you've got some horses that can leave a little bit or on the outside. You've got horses that show that they can come from off the pace, and we'll start it off here. Let's talk about the one, Outspoken Izzy. This horse is trained by Brian Boring, driven today by David Lake. Horse has 4 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, and 1/3, made $7,226. It's a well-said filly by Impressive Liz. She was a gray filly that I believe might have been a champion in this circuit. She was a jet log, and Mark Hedworth drove that horse several times. I think actually had it as an aged mare, but Impressive Liz was the mare of Outspoken Izzy.
Bug Juice and Drew Neal from the 2 for trainer Timothy Grubb. Chris Page and Bo Brown are the owners. This is a bit of a legend and out of a well-said mare, Southern Accent. 13 starts this year, 2 wins, back-to-back wins at Oak Harbor in 2 minutes and 4/5, and one at Marion in 58 and 4. Then went up to Northfield for the Summit County Fair races and finished second, just back by 2 lengths in 56 and 2.
The 3-horse Cinderella's Dragon, driven and trained by Chris Hirschberger, owners of Bob Troyer from Middlefield, Ohio. This is a Ponderosa filly out of a Dragon Again mare. Last year 15 starts, 4 wins, 5 seconds, a bankroll around 28.5. Had a pretty good season as a 2-year-old last year. This year 14 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds. So like Steve says, this is kind of an interesting race.
The 4 is Aereo Jess, the Ken Holiday trained, Ken Holiday driven horse. Crazy Parrot Farm is the owner of this well-said 3-year-old filly. Elegant Mesquite was the dam. Cam Best was her sire. 3 starts this year, so it's kind of had a late start. Last year had 11 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3, made $13,437. Took a very impressive mark of 2 minutes and 4/5 at Croton on a good track.
Sadie's Dream and Clifton Bell from the outside, the 5-hole. Bill Webb is the trainer and co-owns this horse along with the breeder, Jeffrey Batt. This horse has had 10 starts this year, 4 wins. The fastest of those was 154 and 1 at Miami Valley. Won his last start at Tiffin in 59 and 2. Last quarter in 28 seconds flat. Track record for 3-year-old filly Pacers is 159 and 2. Last year, Lady with No Fear.
Yeah, looking at the 4-hole Aereo Jess there. Start before last was scratch sick, and then come out last week, and out of the 8-hole was parked, and then just kind of fizzled a little bit. So that kind of, if you're in the business and you look at the lines like this, sometimes you think, well, maybe it just hasn't gotten over that bug yet.
Yeah, we got Bill going to do the post parade here.
Morris & Sons Concrete LLC. Number 1 is Outspoken Izzy, by Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, David Lake. Number 2 is Bug Juice, by Chris Page of Delaware and Bo Brown of Austringer, trained by Tim Grubb, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 3 is Cinderella's Dragon, by Bob Troyer of Middlefield, Ohio, trained and driven by Chris Hirschberger. Number 4 is Aereo Jess, by the Crazy Parrot Farm LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained and driven by Ken Holiday. And number 5 is Sadie's Dream, by Jeff Pratt and Bill Webb of Defiance, trained by Bill Webb, the driver, Clifton Bell. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Future windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 7. Attend the barns. You plan to warm up after race 7. Have your horse ready to come on the track when the horseless race is going on. Beginning for race 8.
that shot you had, Matt. It was getting a little crowded down there, wasn't it? There were 2 water wagons and tractors and the starting gate and the horses. It was pretty crowded. Just a beautiful night here in Bowling Green. Lots of people in the grandstands. They even spilled out into the what I would call the auxiliary grandstands, the grandstands next to the main one.
A couple of gals just walked up the steps here with some chips that were smelling pretty good.
Really? We were talking about Matt's sandwich before, the
porkaline,
and somebody else, Terry Adams, said the porkaline at BG are the best, have been for years. So
Terry's been listening with us today, watching. Hi, Terry. He's a longtime friend of mine. Does some starting for the Moss and Roth outfit. So
oh, okay.
Terry's been around a long time.
And he is the best blanket thrower in the business.
He's one of the best, yes.
I can't remember which fair now. Terry, tell me which fair it is, but he does it all day long, and every one is perfect, and it makes for a beautiful picture when he's got him on there like that. So this should be an exciting race. I don't see anybody. Well, Bug Juice likes to leave a little bit, but nobody is really consistent. I take that back. Sadie's Dream. Got a lot of ones in Sadie's Dream, so I think maybe Clifton will be shooting her off the gate.
I'd like for him to probably fire out of there a little bit along with Bug Juice.
Got the 1 driver change. David Lake on the 1. I was kind of wondering when Bill was given the driver changes, he was saying Emmanuel H. Miller, and I wondered if that was different from Emmanuel Miller or Manny Miller. So I didn't know, because he was very specific when he said H.
H.
So not sure, but we'll find out because he's in the next race. So it's going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 7th race, the 3-year-old filly pace.
Here they come. Here, off and facing the first horse away at the rail is Outspoken Izzy. Up on the outside second, it's Cinderella's Dragon. Dropping in there third, that's Bug Juice. Fourth is Arrow Jess, and the last horse is Sadie's Dream. As they make the turn now, head down the backside of the race over toward that quarter-mile mark. David Lake has Outspoken Izzy on top by a length and a half. Racing second is Cinderella's Dragon, driven by Chris Hirschberger. Racing third is Bug Juice, driven by Drew Neal. And their fourth is Arrow Jess, driven by Ken Holliday. And the last horse is Sadie's Dream, driven by Clifton Bell. Past the quarter-mile mark. That's still Outspoken Izzy by a length and a half over Cinderella's Dragon. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. The first horse to make a move from far back is Sadie's Dream. Also out and on the move with the race down toward the half is Bug Juice. There with the lead, that is Outspoken Izzy. Now taking over though is Bug Juice. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Bug Juice on top. Sadie's Dream now moves up on the outside second. Third along the rail is Outspoken Izzy. Cinderella's Dragon is in there fourth, and the last horse is Arrow Jess. First half paced in 102 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Bug Juice. The closest horse second is Outspoken Izzy. On the outside third is Sadie's Dream. At the rail fourth, that's Cinderella's Dragon. And the last horse is Arrow Jess. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That is Bug Juice by about 3 lengths. Still racing second, Outspoken Izzy. In their third, that's Cinderella's Dragon. Fourth is Sadie's Dream, and the last horse, Arrow Jess. 3/4 in 1:30 and 4/5. As I race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Bug Juice with the lead. Outspoken Izzy second and trying to go on along with Cinderella's Dragon. As they race for home, that is still Bug Juice with the lead. Flying up on the outside second now comes Cinderella's Dragon. As they race for home, oh, it's going to be Bug Juice, and here they all come. Cinderella's Dragon up for place, Outspoken Izzy for show. A mile in 2 minutes and 2/5.
2 minutes and 2/5 off a half in 1:02 and 1.
Yeah, that's a big mile here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, back half in 58 and 1. And Drew was kind of coy there. he took back, actually got away third, and he quarter moved very aggressively and got right to the front and splattered bug juice everywhere because he really was untested after that.
Yeah, I thought Sadie's Dream was following right behind him and was going to keep right on going, but then she was hung out there a little long.
Leaving out of there on having the outside there, she got a little rough gated a couple of times and kind of took her off the pace and set back there with her and come a little early. And I thought, well, maybe they'll catch the field some, but that last half kind of put the curtain on them.
That was a stinger, that last half. So I don't know, Drew Neal driving for Chris Page. Thinks Chris going to say, hey, Drew, you did all right.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle where the winner's goes. Coming in from Delaware and Oceander comes number 2, Bug Juice. All by Chris Page and Bo Brown, trained by Tim Brown, and going to victory this evening by Drew Neal. Thank you for this race. It's courtesy of Martian Sons Country.
That is Drew Neal's second win of the day and third win of the meet. He had one win on Sunday.
That's a big hand here for Tim Grubb, Drew Neal, and Bug Juice, and the Martian Sons Concrete LLC, the donors of the bike.
Okay, we'll get the rundown here from Bill.
There are the official placings for race 7 from the top. Number 1, Outspoken Izzy was third. Number 2, Bug Juice was the winner. Number 3, Cinderella's Dragon was second. Number 4, Arrow Jess was fifth. And number 5, Sadie's Dream was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1:02 and 1/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 and 4/5. For the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. For the top, it should read 3:1:2. 5, 4 on the bottom, the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. And the upcoming race 8 will be
So that is the 7th race in the books. We've got 14 on the card tonight. I was just looking, Bowling Green. Bill Peters is our announcer. He's also the race secretary. He's also the clerk of course, and he's also the regional coordinator for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference for this meet. So he's a busy guy this couple of days here at Bowling Green.
I don't know what some of these fairs would do without Bill, because he kind of coordinates everything. A lot of fairs he lines up the judges and associate judges, and retired teacher, and he's very structured and organized, and historian of all things in general.
Oh, yeah. It's not just harness racing that's in his head. It's all sorts of stuff that he can bring up.
Right. I believe he over at Hicksville area? Or
Edgerton.
Edgerton?
Edgerton, yep. Taught basketball, I think, at Fairview for a number of years, in the both boys and girls, but I know he taught, I believe, math, and late in his career he did a lot of substitute teaching of different things, and I think he even taught as a fill-in math those last few years, but enjoys basketball and enjoys harness racing.
A lot of preparation goes into this for the summer.
I'll mention some of the other officials that we have here: the speed superintendent Tyler Burris, track superintendent Cody Boehm, speed committee member Donald Beckstein.
Yep.
Our presiding judge is Ryan Ratliff. As we mentioned, Bill Peters, race secretary, announcer, and clerk of course. Pam Weller doing the charting. Bowen Photo taking winner circle pictures, and the Lynn Scott Photo and Michiana Timing doing the photo finish. And then, of course, the Mike Webkenberg starting gate out there.
John Ingram is doing the starting, and I got to talk to John a little bit Sunday, and John was a late replacement here at the Wood County Fair and had never started here, but he had driven. So I asked him, and I didn't see it. He took a practice run or drove around, and he said, boy, I don't see the humps and dips and dives like I remember. And we used to have a pretty good dive or dip.
Coming out of that first turn.
Coming out of the first turn, and if you hit it right, it would take you out of your seat. It literally would lift you out of the seat. And John remembered that. And Bill Webb a couple years ago came in and graded this track, and we've had some other county people have touched it up and done some grading. And I'm not going to say it's the best track in Ohio, but it's a very good fair track, safe fair track. And I think, judging by the times, it's been pretty darn good. Mm-hmm. So John, remarked the stop point here. So I'll just give you a couple little things to look at when you go to a county fair. One of which is where that starter has to speed up to pull away from the horses, and ideally you try to do that at the start-finish line. But at some places, because of your stop point, you might pull a little bit ahead of that so that the car and gate can get away from the horses and fold the gate. Well, here at Bowling Green, our stop point is partway up the first turn by the administration building. So that early acceleration gives them time to get the gate folded and get right up tight to the fence so the horses can pass. Other fairs, it might be on the back side, it might be partway through the turn. Every little fair has its own little nuances, and those starters try to get acclimated, especially if they haven't been here before. Mm-hmm. And John had been here as a driver, but not as a starter. And he's done a remarkable job over the last 2 days, or the last two events, not yesterday, but Sunday and today, and the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate.
And I believe it's his wife that's driving the car.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty
Good.
sure that's
what's nice here too, that the first going into the first turn is really wide, so that kind of helps even the drivers out getting out there a little bit where they don't have to bunch up and get tight real quick.
Yeah, the car or the truck completely gets out of the way, and the horse doesn't really have to contend with that moving object to the outside.
Right.
And there are some fairs there's just not enough room to pull off, and the starting car will speed up and try to get to the backside to a safe point, which is acceptable as well. Every track has their own little nuances, and if you don't make it to a lot of county fairs, I would tell you, we've got a race with horses, but you also have the expertise of the starter and how precision they have to be, not only to be a fair start, but to be safe as where they close the gate, where they accelerate. And right. It's a little bit unique. 65 county fairs in the state, and I will tell you, very few of them are very much the same. They all race on a half-mile track, but they have their own little uniqueness about that half mile.
Yeah, we talked Sunday racing at Lisbon one year. That track is so tight in that first turn that the starter stopped right in the middle of the first turn, and Travis Amos was sitting on it. We had 2-year-old Colt Pacers. I was driving one for Hamlet's. Jason Thompson was on the inside of me. Travis Amos hit that start gate, was parked there, and I closed my eyes. Jason and I both went through there. How did we get through that first turn? It was just...
Well, it's fortunate, Joe, you closed your eyes, because the horse has 2 eyes, and he was looking out for you. I mean, when I hear that a driver closed its eyes, I thought, holy mackerel, at least the horse has got 2 eyes to get through there.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it happened so quick. It was just...
Yeah, and, these guys make it look very easy, and I can tell you, Joe can attest to it. There are races that are not easy, and sometimes you're very thankful when you get to the end. Doesn't matter where you finish, you're thankful you made it back to the barn with a safe horse and safe for yourself.
Yeah, every track is different.
Yeah, if you get back safe and sound, you can always race again next week.
That's right.
Sometimes there's a track where the starter cannot open his gates until he gets halfway up the stretch.
Yeah. Yep.
That was something, we went back to Bell Fountain this year, and Bell Fountain, if I remember, used to start 6 wide. and you could not get on the gate if you were on the outside until it broke the turn. It was a tremendous disadvantage, not only for the 6 but for the 5, because they were kind of bunched together. Yeah. And many of the fair tracks, if they don't have the width, have narrowed their start to 5. We still have some fairs that go 6, and actually Oak Harbor I think goes 7, but I think Lisbon might be a track that goes 4. I think Rock Spring goes 4 as well.
And if you got the outside at Lisbon too, you know you're the last one there, and then you're trying to catch that gate anyway, being on the outside. So.
Yeah, like you said, they're all different. Rock Springs is really unique. Everybody should go to Rock Springs at least once. But
I was there once.
Were you?
That was enough.
That was it?
Well, we probably should talk about this 8th race. The one horse, Uncle Ruckus, pretty impressive horse so far this year, is trained by Chris Beaver. Clifton Bell will be driving it. Chris Beaver actually owns part of the horse, along with D. Robinson and VIP Internet Stable and L. Fleming from Ontario. I don't know if that's Leo, but horse has 14 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 4 third place finishes, has made just shy of 29,000. This 3-year-old Uncle Peter has had an excellent campaign, coming off an excellent year last year with 13 starts and 3 wins, and made just shy of 29,000 last year.
We do have a driver change on that. The Uncle Ruckus will be driven by Emmanuel Miller.
Oh, okay.
And Pierce Henry will drive the 2 that Emmanuel Miller's down on. So I'm Crazy will be driven by Pierce Henry. Herman Hagerman trains for Martin Yoder. This is a credit fashion colt out of a crazed mare, Crazy Smart. 6 starts this year, 9 starts last year, so lightly raced. But last week was timed in 2:7 and 3. Let's join Bill for the post-parade, then we'll come back.
In memory of Mark May. Number 1 is Uncle Ruckus, owned by Chris Beaver, Radnor, Ohio, Don Robinson of Cardington, Ohio, Leo Fleming of Ontario, and VIP Internet Stable of New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver and the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is I'm Crazy, owned by Martin D. Yoder, Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Grover Hill, owned by Sean McGee of Swanton, trained by Ty Bates, the driver David Lake. Number 4 is Race Day, owned and trained by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Roxy's Tom, owned by Larry Steam of the Middle Point and Bill Webb of Defiance, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 6 is Johnny K, owned and trained by Deb DeWolf of Mount Gilead, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 7 is Rankin, owned by Judy Rodner of Croswell, Michigan, trained by Judy Rodner and the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place Show, Execta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 8. Your attention to Mars, you plan to warm up after race 8. Have you...
Yeah, the 3 horse in here, Grover Hill, David Lake driving for Tyler Bates, owned by Sean McGee of Swanton, Ohio. 7 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, about 10,000 in purse earnings this year. Last year I had a pretty good season, 14 starts. The 2-year-old was 6 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Race pretty consistent. Had a good trip at Oak Harbor, went at 59 there. That was a pretty decent mile. So.
Yeah, we'll come back to Grover Hill. I got a couple little things about him. The 4 race day, Rosie Weaver trained horse Drew Neal driving today. Rosie Weaver owns this 3-year-old black creatine out of, what is that? Love You Like a Love Song, a credit winner mare. 8 starts this year, 3 wins, 1 second. Had 10 starts last year with 1 win, made just shy of $11,000. Last start at Piketon, had an interference break, was placed 5th. The start before that at Marysville, it won in 201 and 3, and before that at Carrollton, it won at 201 and 2.
Roxy's Tom from the outside, the 5-hole. Clifton Bell will drive for trainer Bill Webb, and Bill owns his horse along with the breeder Larry Steinem. Excuse me, this is a long Tom out of a Jailhouse Jessie mare, Jailhouse Roxy. Finished 3rd last week at Tiffin and was individually timed in 59 and 4.
6 horse, Johnny K. Driver Chris Harper for Deborah DeWolf. Johnny will be starting in the 2nd tier. 5 starts this year. Just getting started. No prior starts previously. It's a creatine gelding out of an Awesome Victory mare.
The 7 horse is Rankin. Mark St. Louis will drive the Julie Rogner trained Enterprise horse. This horse has got 10 starts this year at 3 wins, 1 second, 1 thirds, made just shy of 14,000. This is my dark horse to win this race. It's been racing primarily at the Michigan Fairs and doing quite well. Some of those times, like at Cairo, Michigan, and 2 minutes flat, that's crazy fast for up there. I know some of those fairs, but it's going to have its work cut out of it coming from the 2nd tier. But this is a pretty competitive race. Grover Hill likes to go to the front, and David Lake has got along well with this horse. I know Ty's made a couple adjustments with the horse's bridle and bit to try to give this horse maybe a little bit more control for the driver, but the horse can really step off the gate. And if he doesn't get mad and stays flat, Grover Hill will be one to be contended with today.
Okay, let's throw it up to Bill Peters for the call of this, the 3-year-old colt trot, race number 8.
Here they come. Here, off man trotting. Off stride goes Grover Hill. Taking over on the outside, that's Race Day. Down at the rail 2nd, that's Uncle Ruckus. Moving along at the rail 3rd, that's I'm Crazy. Moving up 4th on the outside is Rankin. 5th, it is Roxy's Tom. Last horse around the turn is Johnny K. Off stride now goes Race Day. Now taking over is Rankin. That's Rankin with the lead. Moving through at the rail 2nd, now it's Grover Hill. Back on the outside 3rd is Race Day. Off stride 4th is I'm Crazy. First quarter trotted in 31 3/5 seconds. Horses are strung out. They race around that upper turn, come down past the stands for the first time. What do you say? There was a recall?
Susan picked it up early. The lights did come on, and
that's
what created a lot of this confusion. And Mark St. Louis is not very happy. He maneuvered through that.
A recall.
We're going to have a restart here.
Yeah, I mean, he kept the wings open for quite a long time, too, when they were going across. He didn't pull off. He kept the wings open, but then he shut them down over halfway in the turn, closed the wings, but everybody kind of kept going. But we will have a recall.
So for those joining us that may not know what would cause that, we could have an equipment issue, that somebody had an equipment issue and the starter saw. The starter could have saw a horse interfere with another horse that did not give him a fair chance. And Grover Hill did make a break before the start finish line here. It's possible that Grover Hill interfered with maybe the 2-horse or the 4-horse, which the starter deemed it not fair, and that's why he threw the recall.
Yeah,
the recall was caused by the number 3 horse against the number 7.
There you go.
The trailing horse.
One of the other tidbits that I was going to mention about Grover Hill is he only has one good eye. And somebody was mentioning on the comments, but yeah, Grover Hill only has one eye. And that may have a little bit of something to do with sometimes why he acts up a little bit, because obviously, a horse needs both eyes to see on both sides of themselves. That one eye, has to try to compensate. But there's several questions here on Facebook. Why would you have a recall after the start? I think the light may have went on a little bit late, but I'd have to see. But clearly there was interference before the start, before the starter had left, and Susan was quick to point out the light was on and he did not fold the gates. He was trying to get him stopped. He hence folded the gate to let him by, and now we're in the process of letting these horses kind of reset themselves, and we'll have a restart here probably in another 3 or 4 minutes.
Like I said, it's not too.
Lights were on halfway down the stretch. The recall lights were on right up
Early.
here. Plenty early.
Too, the drivers out there will be in the second tier and so forth. They're kind of paying attention to these horses and what's going on around them as opposed to the starting gate. But I didn't notice too if the starter had kind of sped up enough or just had the lights on and kind of went to an even speed or not.
Yeah, he definitely didn't, and he didn't pull off like he has been all the time. He kept going, and the wing was still open, so it was definitely obvious.
So apparently he saw something that affected the 7 horse in that race.
Well, he called the interference on the 3
to the 7.
And is that he said the 3 interfered with the 7?
With the 7,
okay,
correct.
Okay. And unfortunately for the 7 maneuvered through
right
that.
Through it.
It was on top by 12 lengths.
He wasn't paying any attention to the starting gate. He was just wiggling his way through.
Well, 7 horses that's a lot of horses.
Yeah, last week at Friday night in Northfield, they had a 2-year-old colt trial with 10 horses in it. One division.
2 trailers, yeah.
2 trailers. I mean, that was just kind of.
That's tough.
It is. Especially a 2-year-old, they're used to being on the gate at these fairs and so forth, and you put them in the second tier, they kind of like, what's going on?
Tyler John Eager was called the trotters in once again. Uncle Ruckus, I'm Crazy, Grover Hill, Race Day, and Roxy's Tom scoring in that order from the rail out the first tier. 2 trailers, Johnny K. and Rankin.
Okay, we will give this another go. The horses are gathering up behind the gate.
The pump starting gate is rolling now.
We will turn it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. There, off and cutting the first horse away is Grover Hill. Moving up on the outside second now, that is Race Day. At the rail third, that is Uncle Ruckus. Moving along the rail fourth, that's I'm Crazy. Racing fifth is Roxy's Tom. Sixth, that is Rankin. And the last horse is Johnny K. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Judy has Race Day on top by 4.5 lengths. Riding in there second is Uncle Ruckus, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Third, that is I'm Crazy, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Roxy's Tom, driven by Clifton Bell. Fifth is Rankin, driven by Mark St. Louis. Sixth is Grover Hill, driven by David Lincoln. Farther back seventh is Johnny K, driven by Curtis Harper. First quarter trotted in 29 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around the number turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Race Day by 2 lengths. Racing second is Uncle Ruckus. At the rail third, that is I'm Crazy. Up on the outside fourth is Roxy's Top. Also on the move fifth is Rankin. Racing sixth is Grover Hill, and farther back seventh, Johnny K. First half trotted in 1 minute and 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Race Day. The closest horse second on the outside, that is Uncle Ruckus. At the rail third, Roxy's Tom. Rankin charges up fourth, now third and going after the leaders. Coming back fifth is I'm Crazy. Sixth is Grover Hill. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Race Day with the lead. Uncle Ruckus on the outside second. Moving up 3 wide is Rankin. Fourth is Roxy's Tom. Grover Hill now trots up fifth. 3/4 in 1:30 and 4/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. Still with the lead on the, now moving up on the outside to take over is Uncle Ruckus. Coming back second at the rail is Race Day. Racing third is Rankin as they race toward home. That is Uncle Ruckus with the lead. Uncle Ruckus and Race Day. It's going to be Uncle Ruckus, and here they all come. Race Day up for place, up for show is Dover Hill. A mile in 2:02 and 2 fifths.
Several drivers shaking their head as they cross the line there, but you know,
a little different start from the restart.
Yeah. Grover Hill made another break shortly after the start, came back and finished third. Rankin made a break right at the start. Got himself in contention, but
he was a ways back.
Yeah, clearly he was tired after making up all that ground. And Uncle Ruckus didn't let too much bother him. He just sat there comfortably to the time allowed for it to tip out and make that move by
Race Day.
Race Day.
Emmanuel Miller picking up the catch drive for Uncle Ruckus from trainer Chris Beaver. It's an Uncle Peter out of a Conway Hall mare minor skirmish. That horse raced very well at Marysville last week, finished third, just back by a length and 3/4. Came his last quarter in 28-1, so that was a wicked last quarter on that Marysville track. And here comes Emmanuel to the finish line.
Where the winners go, coming in from Radnor, Ohio, Cardington, Ohio, Ontario, and New Jersey, comes number 1, Uncle Ruckus. Owned by Chris Beaver, Don Robinson, Leo Fleming is VIP Internet Stable, trained by Chris Beaver, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Take a Chance Farm in memory of Mark May.
Emmanuel's got his hands full. The horse is behaving, but no help here. And you see something a little bit unique there, Joe. This horse had 2 head poles on the left side. It looked like one had
one's got a burr and one's plain.
Yeah.
One's a rolling burr and one's a burr, and also he's got a Murphy blind on the inside. So he must.
He likes to bear in, I'd say. What do you think?
I think he bears in just a tad. Too, in that restart on there too. Especially a trotter, you get them back behind the gate a second time, they're already wound up, and then you have to shut them down and trying to get them to unwind a little bit. But a lot of times with those horses, when they got into mind at race time, they're ready to roll.
Number 5, Roxy's Town was 5th. Number 6, Johnny Key was 7th. And number 7, Rankin was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 1 minute and 3/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 4/5. With a mile in 2:02 and 2/5. From the top it should read 1:63, 2:57. 4 on the bottom. A mile in 2:02 and 2/5.
Talking about those 2 head poles, I can't tell you how many times in my life I said, man, that horse needs 2 head poles on that side. I never saw it till I came here to Ohio and see people putting them on. Yep. Whatever works, whatever the trainer needs to do. Okay, so we are halfway through our card. Race 9 coming up is the 2-year-old Colt Pace, the 3rd of 4 divisions. We got 1 driver change in here. Emmanuel Miller will drive the 2 already won. And the 6, Hey Hey It's Freyne, is a scratch. So we will come back to the Bowling Green Fair after these messages.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes. Compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
We are back here at Bowling Green, Ohio, the Wood County Fair, joined by Joe Cramp and Steve Bateson. Of course, Matt Clark behind the camera doing all the stuff that you probably have noticed by now that we've got a 2-camera setup here at Bowling Green because we have these huge grandstand in the middle. I don't know, what do you think? That's 2-3 stories tall? It is tall.
I would say about 6 or 8.
6 or 8 stories?
I would have to say.
It is a tall thing in the middle, so we've got a camera set up on the top of that so you can get the back stretch. The only place we do this kind of thing at, and it's very difficult to manage. We got to give all the kudos to Matt because it's a tough thing to put it all together, and we've got cables strung up across the track, and and even it's something to do with the grandstand that the pari-mutuel guys can't even bring their tote machine in because it's some kind of interference, and that doesn't work well. So there you can see the grandstand. It is huge as they get 65,000 people here in a couple of weeks to watch their truck and tractor pulls. And there you can see, is that Jack up in the very tippy top? Looking at his phone right now, probably trying to stay cool because it is hot up there. We're lucky we're in the shade here, but it is pretty warm up there in the top of that grandstand. Said if you want some shade, you got to come all the way down, go all the way back up, all the way down, all the way back up. So probably better just to stay there. So we get this the third of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pacers, the Dennis Zierno Pace. We're going for a purse of $3,715. Total purse is $14,660. Let's talk about these horses. Mama Said Zip It, Pierce Henry from the rail for Mike Sweeney. Oh, Marjorie, I'm sorry, I'm going to say your name incorrectly again. Marjorie Deshetsky, I think. Marjorie, yeah. I always apologize to her because I know I say it wrong. But this is a Racing Hill out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Mama Rock. He's had 4 starts this year. Did finish 4th at Northfield Park in the Buckeye Stallion Series, pace mile in 57-3, and was in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto, and was timed in 56 last quarter in 27-4.
The 2 already won is driven today by Emmanuel Miller. This horse is trained by Ron Steck. This 2-year-old colt, Fear of the Dragon, is owned by the Steck family and L&M Davenport of Delaware, M&F Taggart of Columbus, and R.J. Somoko of Solon, Ohio. It's got 2 starts this year. Has yet to make any money, but has won its qualifier at Scioto Downs in 157-4. Has raced its 2 previous starts in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
The 3-horse Spartan Hill, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr., trained by Stephen Novak for Gerald Majaw of Westland, Michigan. This horse had 5 starts this year, 4 wins, and earnings of about $16,800. It's pretty impressive here. Last start at Northfield to win the Buckeye Stallion Series, 2-year-old colt pace in 55-3. The week before that, it was at Oak Harbor win in 59. Another shows a mile in 54 the week before that. So this is pretty impressive individual.
Yeah, it's Jerry Migel.
Migel,
and this colt, when I saw it race at Paulding, it was an eye-popping performance for a 2-year-old first lifetime start to pace in 2 minutes and a fifth. And I thought, boy, I can't wait to see what this horse does when it races a little bit higher in class. And we got to see that at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Sabine's Legend and Drew Neal from the 4 for Thomas Verney. Tammy Ackley is the owner and also bred this bit of a legend. And Shot of a Dragon again, mare Sabine's filly. It's just had 1 lifetime start, made a break towards the end of the mile, finished 4th, was timed in 2, 3, and 3.
Kind of a local horse here, Legendary Photo, trained by Jamie Weller, driven today by Rod Allums Jr. This horse is a 2-year-old bit of a legend. Jamie's had some good luck with some bit of a legends, and I'm guessing this horse is a little bit slower in developing. It's got 4 starts this year, no wins, no seconds, but does have 1/3 made right at $900. Stephen Reese of Republic and J&R Racing, Rising Sun, Ohio are the owners of this 2-year-old bit of a legend.
That is 6-horse. Hey, it's Friday.
And the 6-horse is
scratched.
Oh, it's scratched. Well,
and it's a local horse. Michael Lee trains that horse, but unfortunately is sick today. Had a slight fever and didn't want to take any chances.
He scratched his 3-year-old on Sunday.
Same
because
thing.
Of sickness.
Yep, it wasn't sick when they entered it.
Right.
But unfortunately, you can kind of tell when a horse isn't feeling well if it doesn't maybe eat everything, and you take his temperature and had a slight temperature, so you don't take any chances of shipping and racing.
We talked a little bit about that on Sunday, how you start moving these horses from fairgrounds to fairgrounds, track to track, and they pick up something and they take it back with them, and it takes a toll on them, the shipping and up and down the road, and it takes a week, 2, maybe sometimes 3 weeks to get over that stuff.
Yep.
Home of Finland. 1 is Mama Said Zip It, owned by Marjorie Jasetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver of Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Already Won, owned by Ron Stack of Marengo, Ron Spolko of Sullivan, Ohio, Leanne Davenport of Delaware, and M.F. Taggart of Columbus, trained by Ron Stack, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Spartan Hill, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Sabine's Legend, owned by Tammy Ackley of London, Ohio, trained by Thomas Verne, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Legendary Photo, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic and J&R Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Allums Jr. And number 6, Hey, it's Fine Hay, has been drawn. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate and mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta wagering here in race 9. Against the barns, you plan to warm up after race 9. Have your horse ready to come on the track when the horsemanless race is going off. You're getting your horses ready for...
This race is sponsored by Hufford Family Funeral Home, Findlay, Ohio. They've got couple funeral homes, I believe one in Tiffin as well, and David Hufford and Tony Hufford own racehorses and train out of Tiffin, Ohio, and much appreciative of them being a sponsor here at the Wood County Fair. This race is also a Dennis Zernal pace. We talked about it earlier. Dennis, a longtime speed superintendent here at the Wood County Fair.
Oh, it's so nice. You guys just have a ton of community support here.
You know, you have to go out and ask for it, and you know, Tyler Burris Lee and Don Beckstein, the two on the speed committee, did a nice job of organizing that. If you take a look at the program, you know, the program's not littered with lots of sponsors, but some very nice ones, one of which here, Kesson Veterinary Clinic in Delphus, stepped up and did an ad, and, you know, Marsh and Son, and all of those help support this program, so it's not entirely paid for with the people that buy the program. You know, Weber Construction, B&H Snack and Gas, Burke's Equipment and Repair, Rosendale Hay, all of which much appreciated. Ott Plumbing, you know, having those sponsors here at the fair. And the program's got some nice old photos in it from here at the Wood County Fair as well.
Oh, that's tonight's program. I didn't see that.
Yep. Yeah, so there's a lot of history here at the Wood County Fair. I think Joe's talked about it on the broadcast before. You know, Chucky Sylvester trained here at one time. Carl Allen, I think, was here for a short period of time. You know, several people have made some stops here at the Wood County Fair, and some awful nice horses been here as well. John Koneski, his dad, trained here. John trained early on before he had his own track, and been very successful in the Wood County area. Bert Amos is another one. Bert Amos Jr. The Amoses were trainers here. Dick Dishop. I'm just rattling off people I remember. Bob Ernstausen, Joe Cramp. So a lot of history. Glad to see people that come out once a year to get to see harness racing at the Wood County Fair. Here's Bill with the start.
Here, off and facing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Spartan Hill. At the rail second is Mama Sid Zippin. That comes already one. Legendary Photo, and the last horse is Sabine's Legend. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Mark St. Louis has Spartan Hill on top by 3 lengths. Racing in there second, that's Mama Sid Zippin, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is Already Won, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Racing fourth is Legendary Photo, driven by Rod Adams. And the last horse is Sabine's Legend, driven by Drew Neal. Past the quarter-mile mark, that's Spartan Hill by 2.5 lengths. First quarter pace in 30 and 4/5 seconds. That's Spartan Hill by a length and a half now. Moving in there second, that's Mama Sid Zippin. Racing in there third around that turn, that is Already Won. Racing in there fourth, that's Legendary Photo. The last horse is Sabine's Legend. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Mark St. Louis and Spartan Hill, bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Pierce Henry with Mama Sid Zippin. The first half pace in 102 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside, a race over the 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Spartan Hill. The closest horse second is Mama Sid Zippin. Racing in their third, that's Already Won. Fourth is Legendary Photo, and farther back fifth is Sabine's Legend. The pace picks up going down the backside. That's Spartan Hill by 2 lengths over Mama Sid Zippin. In their third, that's Already Won, and a closer fourth now is Legendary Photo. 3 quarters in, 133. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still Spartan Hill with a lead. Racing in there second, that's Mama Sid Zippin. Along at the rail third now, that's Legendary Photo. Coming back fourth, that's Already Won. As they race for home, that's Spartan Hill and Mama Sid Zippin. Spartan Hill and Mama Sid Zippin. It's going to be Spartan Hill, wire to wire, and here they all come. Mama Sid Zippin up for place, up for show was Legendary Photo. A mile in 2:02 and 1/5.
That mile in 2:02 and 1, Spartan Hill, wire to wire over Mama Said Zip It.
Yeah, that was pretty easy effort for Spartan Hill. Never really was challenged, you know, the entire mile.
I think Mark got a nice half in there. I think it was what, 103?
I missed the half, so I'm not sure. Mr. Mijo was here last night. but I don't see him here tonight. So that gives Mark St. Louis his 4th win of the meet.
That's
3 today, 1 Sunday.
Tony and Stacy are going to present the trophy from the Hufford Family Funeral Home, which is nice to see. A sponsor here to want to participate. I'm sure this maybe takes a little sting. I think Mark St. Louis was still a little bit sour over the previous race where they had the recall, but you can't let that hang with you too long.
Finlay. And Tony Hufford and Stacy Barneisel are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for the Novak family, Port St. Louis Jr. and Spartan Hill, and the Hufford Family Funeral Home, the donors of the wagon.
Okay, we'll get the official rundown from Bill.
There are the official placings for race 9 from the top. Number 1, Mama Said Zip It was 2nd. Number 2, Already Won was 4th. Number 3, Spartan Hill was the winner. Number 4, Sabine's Legend was 5th. Number 5, Legendary Photo was 3rd. And number 6, Hey Hey It's Raining had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 30 4/5. The half was in 102 2/5. The 3/4 in 133, while a mile in 202 1/5. The top it should read 2:41.53 scratch, a mile in 202 1/5. I believe we're going to have that T-shirt toss here in just a few minutes.
You were talking earlier about the history here, and I have a little note that says on August 7th, 1963, Glad Rags won both heats of the 3-year-old pace in 2:5 and 2:3 with Ivan Sugg driving. That latter mile established a new overall pacing record for Bowling Green. Exactly 3 weeks later at the Ohio State Fair, Glad Rags captured the Director of Agriculture for the 3-year-old pacer with miles in 2:2 and 2:1, defeated Meadow Skipper in the final heat after he had just won his elimination 59 4. Even though Glad Rags was a pacer, she was mated a few years later with the trotter Neville Pride. At that mating produced Zoot Suit, who went on to be quite an outstanding trotter and sire himself. So
very nice, interesting.
I believe that Meadow Skipper horse, I believe at one time Jerry Landis had that horse for some people. And
he could have Jerry's. I know watching the broadcast, I saw his name pop up.
I think Jerry just passed.
No, Jerry Landis.
Right.
I thought Jerry Lighthill. Yeah, Jerry Landis has passed. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. You think, was Jerry in Indiana then, I suppose?
Yes.
Portland.
Yeah, and then he told the people when he went into a fair someplace, I think maybe 2-5, and he says this horse needs to go somewhere else.
Well,
so I put him on the Grand Circuit.
Yeah.
Well,
coming up next is our signature series race, the 4-year-olds and up trot, the Dave Chamberlain Trot, going for $2,600. We've got 5 in it, 1 driver change that we know of. Greg Bateson will drive the 3 Stormy Wings, and this is this horse's first time on LASIK, so you might want to make a note of that. We'll be right back to take a closer look at these horses right after these messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-3 321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Okay, we are back here at Bowling Green, and it's like Mark St. Louis is going to throw out T-shirts to the fans, so we'll see what kind of an arm he has. There we go. Somebody get that right away. I think that these are Signature Series T-shirts. He's getting them up to about the 5th row. There, one came right by us. Somebody's going to grab that. So always kind of fun for the fans. So this Signature Series trot coming up. Some nice trotters in this race. We've got 5 in it. It is the Dave Chamberlain trot. Was won for the past 3 years in 21, 22, and 23 by I Get It. Won it all 3 times, and now that horse has moving on. He's racing out at Yonkers right now and doing really well, so we'll see who can win it this year. Super Spirit and Emmanuel Miller from the 1 hole for trainer Ann Russell. Ann also owns this horse, and Ann is having a birthday today, so congratulations to Ann. This is a 5-year-old Southwind Spirit gelding. He's had 91 lifetime starts, 6 wins, 7 seconds, 14 thirds. Has a record, or has earnings of almost $55,000, and a mark as a 2-year-old of 2:01 and 4 at Northfield Park.
A 2-horse, Stony Ridge Top, owned and driven and trained by John Kineski III, along with his Patrick Kineski of Bowling Green. This horse has won 4 out of his last 4 starts. A Signature Series last week at Tiffin, win at non-winners at 6,500 last 4 at Northfield a couple of weeks ago, and also the amateur race at Northfield about a month ago.
Stormy Wings changed the driver to Greg Bateson, and also this is the first time on Lasix for this horse. The trainer is Brett Boyd, and Brett Boyd Racing are the owners. This is a 6-year-old Coraggioso, 27 lifetime starts, 5 wins, 6 seconds, 5 thirds, almost $25,000 in earnings, and a record this year as a 6-year-old of 158 and 3 at Running Aces in Minnesota.
The 4-horse, Rose Run Vincent, driven by Dave Lake, trained by David Lake, and for owner David Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. 20 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 1 third, 25,140 on his card, and away we go, gelding out of a Ken Workington mare.
And Tulsa Bell, the only mare in the field, driven by Mark St. Louis, David Lake trains, Robert Beachy owns. This is a 6-year-old mare by Don't You Forget It. 149 lifetime starts, so she has the most starts of anyone in this race. 18 wins, 20 seconds, 23 thirds, $161,000 plus in earnings, and a mark last year as a 5-year-old of 154 and 4 at Northfield Park. This is a pretty good field of trotters. We also want to mention that we heard that it is John Kineski's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday, John.
Yep. And I got to say, there's something going on with past presidents of the OHHA and winning, because Steve Bateson horse, what was that, his 6th win in a row on Sunday, and now yes. John Kineski has got 4 out of the last 6 starts. He has 1. So
that's a nice old horse, Wishing Stone. My son had one of our horses enforced the law, raced against Stony Ridge Top quite a bit last year in the Signature Series. I think John went on and win that the final at Delaware that last year. So yeah, he's a nice old horse. You like horses like that in your barn to kind of pick up the slack for some of the other ones that are, takes them a little while to get around there and that make you some money.
Yeah. I was talking to John after Tiffin, and he said he gets a call about once every couple of weeks offering some to buy this horse. And he said, no. He says, I do this for fun. I like to do it. He's a great horse. I'm just going to keep him. So he has no interest in selling him whatsoever, at least at this point.
When my horse was 3, we had several calls wanting to know if we had any interest in selling him, but that was my son's first horse, so it was kind of a I don't think we're going to let him go.
No.
But he's got a nickname at Northfield. They call him the ATM.
Oh, so you know
his last 5 starts, he's been second 4 times in a win. So.
Oh gosh, that is great. Okay, let's send it up to Bill for the post parade.
The one is Super Spirit. He's a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Southwind Spirit out of Rose Run Pearl by Chocolatier. Owned and trained by Ann Russell of Britain, Michigan. Driven this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Lifetime earnings over $54,000. A lifetime mark 201 and 4/5. Number 2 is Stony Ridgetown. He's a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Wishing Stone out of Ruffle Shavers Riches by Tom Ridge. All by John Kineski III of Pemberville and Patrick Kineski of Bowling Green. Trained and driven by John Kineski III. Lifetime earnings over $116,000. A lifetime mark 155 and 4/5. Number 3 is Stormy Wings. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Coraggioso out of Rose Run Joni by Corleone. Owned by Brett Boyd Racing Incorporated of Jonesville, Michigan. Trained by Brett Boyd. Driven this evening by Greg Bateson. Lifetime earnings over $24,000. A lifetime mark 158 and 3/5. Number 4 is Rose Run Vincent. He's a bay gelding, 7 years old, by an Away We Go out of Real Housewife by Ken Workington. Owned by David Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. Trained and driven by David Lake. Lifetime earnings over $179,000. A lifetime mark of 155. And number 5 is Tulsa Bell. She's a bay mare, 6 years old, by Don't You Forget It out of Keystone Isabella by Majestic Sun. Owned by Robert Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. Trained by David Lake. Driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Lifetime earnings over $161,000. A lifetime mark 154 and 4/5. Those are your horses for the 2024 Dave Chamberlain Trot. There's Win, Place Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Hurry and don't be shut out. Attention to the barns, you plan to warm up after race 10.
There are some good-looking trotters in here. That number 3 horse, Matt just pointed out, he's big and proud-looking. Boy, he just got his head up in the air, and Stormy Wings looking really good. Something we talked about at Tiffin, Tiffin last week, Stony Ridgetop. He wears suspenders on his knee boots, and you don't see that much anymore.
Not too much anymore. You see some guys going back to it with suspenders on. I've seen it more probably in the last year or last couple of years. A lot more guys are going back to wearing suspenders on their knee boots.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a extra precaution in case they do come and knee boot comes loose, but it's kind of unusual to see it.
And also, what's nice about this signature series is for horses 4-year-olds and up, and it's the boys racing against the girls in these series.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of nice horses that keep getting a chance to race, where they might, maybe they just don't want to go to the pari-mutuel track, maybe just can't quite get there. That gives them some place to race, and a lot of these horses love to race.
I assume you wished John a happy birthday?
We did.
All right. This should be an interesting race. We have an uncoupled entry here with David Lake training the 4 and the 5. So it might be interesting here if the 4 decides to leave hard and press Stony Ridgetop. So I'm sure John's well aware of that.
And the owner on those 2 horses are brothers.
Yeah, David and Robert Beachy.
And the 2 birthday people, and the 1 and the 2.
Yes.
Hey, off for the Dave Chamberlain Trot. The first horse away is Rose Run Vincent. At the rail second is Stony Ridgetop. Charging up third on the outside is Tulsa Bell. And their 4th is Super Spirit, and the last horse is Stormy Wings. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over the quarter-mile mark. Now Stony Ridgetop, driven by John Kineski, takes over. Taking his second seat in their second is David Lake with Rose Run Vincent. Racing in their third Emmanuel Miller. The last horse is Stormy Wings, driven by Greg Bateson. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's Stony Ridgetop by a length and a half over Rosewood Vincent. First quarter trotted in 28 3/5 seconds. As they race around the upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Stony Ridgetop by a length and a half over Rosewood Vincent. Still racing third is Tulsa Bell. Racing in their fourth is Super Spirit, and the last horse is Stormy Wings. Coming to the half-mile mark, there's no change. That's still Stony Ridgetop by 2 lengths now over Rosewood Vincent. Tulsa Bell sits in their third, followed by Super Spirit and Stormy Wings. First half trotted in 58 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Stony Ridgetop. The closest horse second is Rosewood Vincent. Tulsa Bell still trots in their third. Racing in their fourth is Super Spirit. Off stride fifth goes Stormy Wings. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Stony Ridgetop now opening up about 4 lengths on Rosewood Vincent. Tulsa Bell now begins to move up on the outside third, followed by Super Spirit fourth, and the last horse, Stormy Wings. 3 quarters in 128 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Stony Ridgetop with the lead. Trying to come on now is Tulsa Bell and Rosewood Vincent as they race toward home. That's Stony Ridgetop now regaining second along the rail. Rosewood Vincent coming back third is Tulsa Bell. But past the stands, it's got to be Stony Ridgetop. And here the outcome. Rosewood Vincent's going to be up for place. Tulsa Bell for show. A mile in 2 minutes, a new track record here for trotters at the Wood County Fair. The old track record was 2 minutes and 2/5 by I Get It back in 2022. New track record for trotters.
I noticed when John left out of there with Stony Ridgetop, he had the whip in his left hand, and if you notice, he come back around, he had it in his right hand. So apparently he knew it was going to be a dash for the cash to get to the quarter pole, so I think he just had it on the inside just a little bit. It's a little something different for Stony to feel.
Right.
He's not used to.
Yeah, he wasn't maybe expecting that left-handed whip.
Right.
So I'm guessing we're going to have a few people in the winner's circle here. It's kind of tickled to see, John's of Wood County Inn broke the track record for the signature trot, and we did that on Sunday with Surfing the Canyons. I see John's granddaughter headed across there, John's son Patrick, orange shirt.
I said there's something going on with these OHHA past presidents and setting track records, winning 4, 5, 6 in a row.
Yeah, it must be the water up here.
Must be. I just love the way John sits there too in that bike, so calm and just so steady. I mean, I don't know what it is. He just sits. He just sits good.
Long-time groom Don Hammond waiting to greet him.
Birthday boy John Konetsky turning 76 years old today.
Pacing record, tonight we've got a Wood County horse breaking the trotting record, so a pretty good week for the locals. Let's have a big hand here for the Konetskys, Don Hammond and Stony Ridgetop, and the Stormore of Weston Portable Buildings, the donors of the right.
John's parents trained out here for years in the fairgrounds here, and when I was a kid, John and Roseanne, or not Roseanne, but Rosie, I believe that's her name, were in the barn over there. They always kept about maybe 6, 7, 8 horses at a time, and I remember seeing John out here on the weekends and pitching, cleaning stalls and so forth. John.
There are the official placings for race 10 from the top. Number 1, Super Spirit was fourth. Number 2, Stony Ridgetop was the winner. Number 3, Stormy Wings was fifth. Number 4, Rosewood Vincent was second. And number 5, Tulsa Bell was third. Time of the first quarter was 28 3/5. The half was in 58 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:28 and 4/5 with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top it should read 4:15, 2, 3 on the bottom. A mile in 2 minutes. A new track record for trotters here at the Wood County Fair.
One thing I can remember well about old John was that every horse in the barn had his foretops cut. If he claimed one or it required a new one, the first thing that went was the foretop.
Didn't like a foretop.
Didn't like the foretop, having to pull it away and get in the horse's ears, and but it made a lot of sense. I remember having a horse one time on the front end at Scioto, and got the head of the stretch and started shaking his head because the hair was tickling his thing, and it cost me first place money. So I always kind of make sure that I keep that to the one side.
Yeah. A few years back, Jason Roth from Scioto Downs was starting to name some late closers in past presidents, people who had done things for OHHA. And I remember he called up John Koneski and said if he would mind if he named him on a race, and he said only if it's a trot. Don't put the John Koneski pace. He didn't want to hear that.
No,
they're trotting people.
Well, he is now, but I can name off some darn good pacers. Bo Barron and Olio Ziegler Eric, and probably one of my all-time favorites, Grain Dealer. Those
he was a tough old racehorse.
Yeah, all three of those pacers were darn good pacers. He had an old claiming horse. I don't know if he was a claimer when he had him, but had a very memorable name, Ooh McFoo. Yeah.
Yes. Jerry Burris broke that horse for Saul Norfus.
Okay.
And Jerry had him, and then I believe Jerry Roy messed with the horse then too, and then I think then it ended up with the Koneski.
I don't know. I know Koneski drove it. I don't know if he trained it, but I do remember that. But
she wasn't very nice either.
But as time developed, I mean, his forte, he loved trotters.
Right.
And one of the things you'll notice, John never uses trotting hobbles either.
No.
You won't see John's trotters in trotting hobbles.
A purist.
I try not to, but the way you have to move these younger horses anymore, quick off the gate, it kind of helps them keep them together a little bit. And as you say too, trotters they get better with age, and this horse is 5 years old, so.
Yeah, this is the type of horse. I mean, honestly, he could have a good career for another 5 or 6 years, because John's not going to over race this horse.
Right.
He had 18 starts last year, and I'll be shocked if this horse ends up with more than 20 starts this year. I mean, John will protect him, take care of him, put him in the right spots, and for John, that's 5 in a row for Stony Ridge Drop. That's pretty impressive.
And I'm sure being out there on the farm too, John's got paddocks out there, so tomorrow I'm sure for the next day or two he might even enjoy some free time out in the paddock.
Probably has the best. I know the best groom in Wood County, and Dawn Hammonds. But
she's been around. She's been with John a long time.
Yep. Well, we move on to the 11th race, sponsored by Tyler Ann Equine Therapies. That's Tyler Burris Lee's business, that she does massage therapy and mega wave treatments and things of that nature. This is 2-year-old filly trot, the 11th race, going for $4,474. LT Mudana. Curtis Massey trains this horse. I believe Clifton Bell will drive this 2-year-old Long Tom filly out of Holy Mary, a credit winner mare. 4 starts this year. Has made $1,283. The Massey family owns this horse, along with P.A. Jury of Bucyrus and J. Mays from Bucyrus as well.
Wild Child Annie and Drew Neal from the 2 for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie also co-owns this horse along with Heartland Acres. This is a Long Tom filly out of a Lucky Chucky mare, Teacher Pat. 4 starts this year. Last week was in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs. Finished 4th, was timed in 2 minutes and a 1/5.
The 3-horse Speed of an Angel driven by Manny Miller and trained by Christopher Beaver. This is a Marseille out of a Muscle Massive mare. Christopher Beaver, Radnor, Ohio owner, along with Bracco of Brecksville, Ohio. T. Holman of Mount Vernon, maybe, and a VIP internet stable of New Jersey.
Yeah, Pataskaway maybe, New Jersey. Strike Oppose is the 4. The Roy Moore trained, Roy Moore driven horse. Roy Moore owns it with Susan Sandstrom, both of Grafton. 5 starts this year, no wins, 1 second. 0 third place finishes, has made $2,197. This Muscle Up the Goal. Perfect pictures the mare from the sire Perfectly.
Judy Ka with Pierce Henry up from the 5-hole. Mike Sweeney's the trainer. Marjorie from North Brink, Michigan is the owner. Now Marjorie, who I always mess up her name, 5 starts this year, 2 wins. This colt started out really good at Paulding, finished 2nd, and then went to Delaware in the qualifiers, won that qualifier in 2, 2, and 4, and then came back and won 2 more at Marion and Bellefontaine. So his mark is a qualifying mark of 2, 2, and 4 taken at Delaware.
You know, interestingly, you see this now more at the county fairs, but we have 3 horses in here. Their last start was for $20,000. The 2 horse actually started in the next generation for $150,000 on July 6th. It unfortunately had an interference break, but came back the next week in the Ohio Sire Stake and finished 5th in the Ohio Sire Stakes at Northfield Park, racing for $50,000. So several of these trainers think very highly of these fillies, or they wouldn't have put those in those type of stake events.
Yeah, I watched that race from Scioto that night, and it was kind of it was a bad break for Rosie and the crew there, getting away, and the horse in front of her kind of made a break, and instead of going to the inside, kind of went to the outside up through the track and kind of messed things up a little bit in there.
Yeah, for that $150,000.
Right, you don't want to see that happen in a race like that.
Those were some fast races too that night. I mean, that 2-year-old filly trot went in 57-2, and there were some nice races that night. You can always go back to, it was OHHA was there, and you can go to the YouTube page and find that and watch our coverage of the Next Generation and the Moneymaker and the Naughty Low Bell. So you can watch those replays right on your OHHA pages. The wealth is getting spread out quite a bit with trainers. We don't have too many trainers. We've got Robert Brooks won 2 on Sunday. Steve Novak's got 2. Herman Hageron's got 2, but everybody else just got 1. Or Rosie's got 2, but the rest just 1 start. So a lot of people are going home with money from the Wood County Fair.
That's good.
$474 and a blanket courtesy of Taylor and Equine Therapies. One is L.T. Modana, by Gene Massey of Sycamore, Ohio. Ian Mason, Patricia Jury, and Jim Mays of Bucyrus, trained by Curtis Massey and the driver Clifton Bell. Number 2 is Wild Child Annie, by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, and the driver is Drew Neal. Number 3 is Speed of an Angel, by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Joe Sabraco of Brecksville, Ohio, Tim Holman of Mainville, Ohio, and VIP Internet Stable of New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver and the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Strike Oppose, by Rory Moore of Grafton, Susan Sanchel also of Grafton, trained and driven by Rory Moore. And number 5 is Judy K, by Marjorie Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney and the driver Pierce Henry. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate and mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Joe, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wager. The gents of ours, be getting your horses ready for race 12. Will you please close the draw gate? Please close this draw gate down.
So I heard Marjorie Deshesky, who owns Judy K. I always say her name wrong. A lot of times Bill will call me up the day after a race and said, "Now, Susan, you said that." So he helps me out because I know I do butcher some names sometimes. But I always appreciate Bill giving me the correct pronunciations of them. So Marjorie Deshesky.
I was going to ask Steve when they were on break here. I saw him down there talking to Mark St. Louis about probably the incident with the recall, and after he threw the T-shirts, we'll try to catch him again on break and
see what
see what he had to say there.
Steve's going down and contributing to the purse pool. Making a few wagers tonight. Our crowd has thinned out a little bit, but there's still quite a few people in the grandstand. And the sun's starting to go down. What did Steve say? We've got to be done by about 8:45 because they don't want to turn on the lights. So we need to get the last. What we got? 12:30. We got 4 races, counting this one, to go. So we want to try and get them done before it gets too dark out here.
It'll be close.
I know most places it costs a lot just to flip that switch and turn on the lights. There's a big jump in the electrical surge when you turn on all these kind of lights.
Right. And I remember when I was a kid going around the fairs, we always raced at night, and a lot of times the last race probably didn't go off to around 10:30.
Yeah.
Of course, we went 2 trips back then also.
That's right, yeah. We've got a 1967 Huff's Guide, and I looked through these, and a lot of them, they didn't start till 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
So there was no way they were getting done before dark. If it was a 5 o'clock, it was called the Twilight, but here's Painesville, 8 p.m. post. A lot of those were late.
Well, I mean, I can remember growing up, we didn't start at 5 o'clock. We started at 6 or 6:30 or 7, and I would say a fourth of the races were under lights, but not anymore.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 2-year-old filly trot, race number 11 from Bowling Green.
Here they come. Here, up and cutting the first horse away is Wild Child Annie. Up on the outside second, that's Judy K. Between horses third is Speed of an Angel. And their fourth is LT Modana, and the last horse is Strike a Pose. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end is Judy with Wild Child Annie. Sitting in their second, that's Speed of an Angel, driven by Emmanuel Miller. And their third, that's Judy K, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fourth is LT Modana, driven by Tupton Bell. And the last horse is Strike a Pose, driven by Rory Moore. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Wild Child Annie with the lead. And their second, Speed of an Angel. First quarter trotted in 32 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Wild Child Annie by a length and a half. Racing second, Speed of an Angel. Closing in third is Judy K. Fourth, that is LT Modana. And the last horse is Strike a Pose. 5 fillies pretty well bunched as they race down to the half-mile mark. Now Pierce Henry's out and on the road with Judy K. But entering the call and trotting right on, that's Wild Child Annie. And Wild Child Annie with the lead on the outside second, Judy K. And right there third, that's Speed of an Angel. First half trotted in 106 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. On the outside, that is Judy K challenging Wild Child Annie, but Wild Child Annie still has holding the lead. Racing second on the outside, Judy K, and right there along the rail third is Speed of an Angel. LT Modana is fourth, and Strike a Pose is fifth. Past the 3/4 mile mark, the front three are well bunched. That is still Wild Child Annie with the lead, with Judy K pouring on the pressure on the outside second. 3/4 in 1:37 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Wild Child Annie still in the lead. Speed of an Angel flies up on the outside second, along with Judy K. As they race toward home, that's Wild Child Annie and Speed of an Angel. Wild Child Annie at the rail, Speed of an Angel on the outside. Wild Child Annie and Speed of an Angel. Wild Child Annie and Speed of an Angel right together. Photo for win between Wild Child Annie and Speed of an Angel. Up for show is Judy K. A mile in 2:07 and 1/5.
Very tight finish.
That was a good left half too. Over a half and a 6.
Yeah. Stan corrected a very helpful listener. Terry Kettner tells us Dave Chamberlain was Sam's son, not brother. So okay. Dave Chamberlain, that also was a big part of the track. And
that's another name from the past, Kettner.
Yep.
Her father was Pee Wee Kettner.
Yep, and we lost him here in the last year.
Yes, we did.
Longtime horseman here. Did the driving test in Portage and Bowling Green for a number of years for kids, but did very well as a driver at the county fairs. And at the big tracks too, but he did really well at the county fairs.
Right.
Okay, I think Wild Child Annie is coming back. Looked to me like
yeah, I believe
Wild
she
Child
got there.
Annie got it.
I think Speed of an Angel might have passed maybe 10 feet after the line, but it was very close. But I think Drew Neal hung on.
Bring Wild Child Annie into the winner's circle.
Well, 11 races in the books, 3 to go.
That gives Drew Neal 3 wins on the day, 4 on the meet. And Rosie Weaver, it's her 2nd win of the day, and she won on Sunday also, so 3 wins overall. Are you gonna wait for the Weaver crew to get on the golf cart?
To jump aboard and get over here?
Mm-hmm. Coming down the track. It's got one Fuzzy can't see back. It's got a Murphy on the inside.
Murphy on the inside,
okay.
Fuzzy on the outside.
And here comes Rosie. The hard-working crew that Rosie Weaver has.
With a Shady Daisy.
Yeah,
City
see that.
Comes number 2, Wild Child Annie, on by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and coming up victory this evening by Drew Neal. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Tyler and Equine Therapies. And Tyler Ann is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Wild Child Annie at the Tyler Ann Equine Therapies, the owners of the blanket.
Okay, we'll get the rundown here from Bill.
There are the official placings for race 11 from the top. Number 1, LT Modano was 4th. Number 2, Wild Child Annie was the winner. Number 3, Speed of an Angel was 2nd. Number 4, Strike a Pose was 5th. And number 5, Judy K was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 1/5. The half was in 106 and 1/5. The 3 quarters in 137. With a mile in 2:07 and 1/5. The top is in raid. 4, 1, 2, 5, 3 on the bottom, a mile in 2:07 and 1/5. And I want to mention that the winner's circle is sponsored by Rosendale Lawn Care.
Well, Susan, Matt, I'm going to find my way to the parking lot and
Get on out of here?
And heading out, yes. So nice having me again. I always enjoy coming up here talking about things and so forth. So
thank you a lot for doing it. Yeah, it's fun to get all the local stuff like you got. You both of you bring, and it was really nice Sunday, and good job today.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Joe.
Yeah, it got stickier. Yeah, got kind of sticky here. But that was the 11 races in the books. We've got 3 left to go. The 12th one coming up is the 4th of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old colt pace, the Dennis Zerno pace, going for a purse of $3,615. And we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back. This is a race of homebreds. Every single one of these horses is still owned by the person that bred them, so that's kind of unusual. We'll talk about them when we come back.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old trotting filly of the year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
There we go. Welcome back to the Wood County Fair here in Bowling Green. I have the job of turning the buttons, and I forgot to turn the button up. So, what do you want? This one?
We're getting a hum or something.
Are we? I don't hear. Is it this one? This one's.
Oh, you don't hear it?
I don't hear a hum. No. Must be your hum. 12th race coming up is, we said, the 4th of 4 divisions of the 2-year-old colt Pacers, going for a purse of $3,615. The one-horse Gorgeous Jet. Ken Holiday drives and trains for Crazy Parrot Farm from Frisco, Texas. This is an I'm Gorgeous out of Choose My Jet, who is a Jeremy's Jet. Horse has had 4 starts this year. 1 finished third. Finished third in his first race for our first race of the first fair of the year at Paulding. Did make a break right at the finish and has made a couple other breaks. So looking to turn this around. It did pace some miles in 57 and 2 and 57 and 1 at Scioto Downs.
We're on the 2.
Yep.
Legend Air Ray. Legend Air Ray. This bit of a legend horse trained by Jason Hanna will be driven by David Lake today, is making his second lifetime start. First start was at Tiffin, was an unsuccessful one, but this bit of a legend colt is out of N. Lily Ray, which was by Cheyenne Ray we talked about earlier. We'll swing it to Bill here for the post parade.
Gorgeous Jet, owned by the Crazy Parrot Farm LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained and driven by Ken Holiday. Number 2 is Legend Air Ray, owned by Kim Haver of Bellevue, Michigan, trained by Jason Hanna and the driver David Lake. Number 3 is Believe in Tom, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver is Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Real Trooper, owned by Jeff Batt of Defiance, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. And number 5 is Truly Flying, owned and trained by Brian Boring of Adrian, Michigan. The driver is Drew Neal. Horses will take one score and go to the gate, and mute your windows closing in 4 minutes.
The 3 horses, Believe in Tom, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. for Steve Novak. Gerald Meigel from Westland, Michigan is the owner and the breeder. This is a long Tom colt out of a Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Waco. Last start was in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Finished second at Northfield Park in 55 and 3. 2 starts back, won a Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs in 53 and 2. And then in between there, we went to Oak Harbor and finished second in 58 and 4.
The 4-horse Real Trooper, Pierce Henry drives. Pierce Henry trains this dancing Yankee gelding. Jerry Batt from Defiance, Ohio owns this horse. Cashmere Dreams out of Real Desire. It's had 4 starts this year, 1 second, 1 third, made $2,655. Last start at Tiffin, raced very competitively, was beaten 2 1/4 lengths, came in second, paced its mile in 2:02 and 3.
Truly Flying and Drew Neal will start from the outside. Brian Boring trains and owns and was co-breeder along with Jennifer Vollmer. This is a Yankee Cruiser out of the Ponderosa mare, Truly Rosa. Finished third his last start out at Tiffin, was timed in 2:2 and 4, and was third at Oak Harbor in 2:5 and 1.
You know, I come back to this 3, and I imagine you've talked about this on the broadcast, but Believe in Tom is a long Tom in this 2-year-old colt pacing race. The mare, Believe in Waco, is a champion in this circuit. I think Art McElmary drove it many of its starts. She was a very tough mare, could go on the front, could take a lot of air, race very competitively. I think won down at Delaware. She was a Believe in Bruiser, underrated stallion that maybe didn't get as many mares as he should have. But, you know, obviously there was maybe a little bit of a disconnect there on the breeding, but this just shows that a trotting sire can breed a good pacer, and we've seen it the other way as well.
The other way, yes.
Doc's Boo Boo comes to mind, which happens to be a down by the seaside, a very competitive trotter.
It's just interesting that this whole field are homebreds, still owned by the people that bred them. You don't see that very often. You'll see somebody in the race went through a sale.
Right. One of the breeders is from Texas, which I find interesting.
Yeah. So let's pick it up with Bill Peters for the call.
Here they come. Leader off and pacing the first horse away is Believe in Tom. Charging up on the outside second is Truly Flying. Rubbing in their third is Real Trooper. Fourth is Legend Air Ray, and the last horse is Gorgeous Jet. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, they race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Mark St. Louis has Believe in Tom on top by a length and a half. Pacing in their second is Truly Flying, driven by Drew Neal. Third is Real Trooper, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Legend Air Ray, driven by David Lake. And the last horse is Gorgeous Jet, driven by Ken Holiday. Past the quarter-mile mark, on his tail, Believe in Tom by a length and a half over Truly Flying. First quarter paced in 30 3/5 seconds. Our star in straight alignment as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Believe in Tom with the lead. A length and a half back. Second is Truly Flying. Racing in their third is Real Trooper. Fourth is Legendary Ray, and the last horse, Gorgeous Jet. No change as they come down to the half. That's Mark St. Louis and Believe in Tom bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in there second, that's Truly Flying. Third is Real Trooper, followed by Legendary Ray and Gorgeous Jet. First half paced in 101 and 4/5. As they're around the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Believe in Tom. The closest horse second is Truly Flying. Third is Real Trooper. Fourth is Legendary Ray, and the last horse is Gorgeous Jet. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Believe in Tom now on top by 3.5 lengths. Racing in there second is Truly Flying. Third along the rail is Real Trooper. Up on the outside fourth is Legendary Ray, and also on the move is Gorgeous Jet. 3/4 in 131 and 3/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is still Believe in Tom. Nobody of about 5 lengths. Racing second is Truly Flying. Third is Real Trooper. Racing up fourth now is Gorgeous Jet. And farther back fifth is Legendary Ray. But past the stands, it's got to be Believe in Tom. And here the outcome. Truly Flying up for place. Gorgeous Jet is up for show. A mile in 2:01 and 3/5.
Nice mile, 2-1 and 3. Believe in Tom. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving for trainer Steve Novak.
How many wins is that for Mark?
That is 4 today and 1 on Sunday. And Steve Novak, that is his third training win of the meet. We see that they're racing over at Wapakoneta. Said they were having a little trouble with the audio, but I don't know if they got that fixed or not. But a lot of people on the Wapakoneta comments are saying they're trying to watch both. They've got one on their phone, one on their computer, putting YouTube on the TV, and then watching their phone. So
I was trying to watch on my phone, but it was depleting my battery so bad. I need to have enough battery to call my youngest son when we're done, so he needs a ride home. I don't want to have to come back. But you know, that back to this Believe in Tom, you know, this mile is a perfectly rated mile, and you know, it's just a gorgeous looking horse. You know, he's got a hood on. He also has a Shady Daisy.
Number 3, Believe in Tom. All by Jerry Michael, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of ProTech HVAC Solutions. Let's have a big hand for the Novak family, Mark St. Louis, Stacy Curry, and Believe in Tom, and the ProTech HVAC Solutions, the donors of the blanket.
That'll put this horse's earnings just shy of $18,000 on the year.
Here are the official placings for race 12 from the top. 1, Gorgeous Jet was third. Number 2, Legendary Ray was fifth. Number 3, Believe in Tom was the winner. Number 4, Real Trooper was fourth. Number 5, Truly Flying was second. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 3/5. The half was in 101 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 131 and 3/5, with a mile in 2:01 and 3/5. For the top, it should read 3:51, 4:2 on the bottom, a mile in 2:01 and 3/5.
like you said, that brings that Believe in Tom's earnings to about $18,000. But most impressive, that 2-year-old mark of 53 and 2.
Ooh.
That's a fast mark for a 2-year-old. I don't know. I still haven't gotten used to the speed.
And you know, that was in a Stallion Series race to boot.
So the only change that we have in the 13th race is the one horse Bella Rain will be driven by Emmanuel Miller. That's the only change I think that we are going to have a change. Did anybody hear that? Manuel Miller on the 1, but Drew Neal is down on 2. So we'll, yeah. Okay, so we're going to get a driver on the 4, it looks like. But we'll take a closer look at these 3-year-old filly pacers when we get back.
The history of the Wood County Fair held in Bowling Green, Ohio is anything but bland. Since the first fair in 1851, the Wood County Fair has seen several trials, tribulations, and wild attractions. The fair didn't see much stability in its early years, jumping from location to location. Aside from prize steers and homemade quilts, they held attractions unlike any other. Some records show that Wood County was a top-attended fair, with horses and buggies lined up just to pay the family's entrance fee. The H.G. Heinz Company even pressured the fair to change their date to avoid conflict with the tomato harvest. The famous ketchup company couldn't find enough employees to show up for work. From early on, harness racing was a featured event. Local newspapers reported that standardbreds packed people into the grandstand like sardines. Trotters and pacers weren't the only animals to ever hit the racetrack, though. In 1962, ostriches pulled drivers and sulkies. Today, the Wood County Fair hosts 2 days of harness racing as members of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Is that the view from the top? That's the view from our second camera. You can see. It really is kind of a neat shot when you're coming up the backside, you know, getting the overview of the horses. But we certainly don't want to have to do this anyplace else because this is a bear to get ready. I got here yesterday or Sunday, and Matt had already been here for 4 hours, and he was like sweating bullets because he couldn't get stuff hooked up. But right before post time, he got it all put together, and so we could see the whole race. Our penultimate race, the 13th, Bella Rain and Emmanuel Miller from the Rail. Ron Steck trains. Ron Steck also owns and co-bred this horse along with Jeffrey Brees. It's a Dancing Yankee filly out of a Stonebridge Regal mare right on Molly. This horse has had 2 wins this year out of 9 starts. One at Marion in 2-4 and one at Scioto Downs in a fillies and mares non-winners of 1 race in 52-1. So that is her mark for the year. It's already made $14,000 in those 9 starts.
Camellia Special, this Joe Paver trained horse, is going to be driven today by Pierce Henry, is owned by Dennis Paver and Joe Paver from Marysville, Ohio. This Racing Hill filly is out of Wiggles Special, which was a Mr. Wiggles filly. This is a homebred. She's had 4 starts, 1 second, no thirds, no wins. Last year had 2 wins and 2 thirds, made $11,000, and took a mark at Dayton of 155-4. She's yet to win, but last start at Northfield Park at the Summit County Fair, finished a very game second, beaten 2 lengths, and paced her mile in 156-3.
Winwood Aspen and David Lake from the 3. Kent Hess is the trainer for Marjorie Deshesky. This is a Do Me That Again filly out of an Admiral's Galley mare, Silveresque. Has been racing at the fairs in Michigan last 3 starts. Before that, raced at Northfield Park in non-winners of 1. And 6 starts back at Northfield Park. Paced her mile in 59-4, last quarter in 29-4.
Number 4, Robin Hill High, trained by Brian Boring. Cameron Keenan will drive this 4. It was listed as Drew Neal, but he was also listed on the 6. This Nob Hill High from Mommy Robin Q, a Western Ideal mare. This filly has 5 starts this year, 1 second and 1 third. Has earned $3,811. Is looking for his first lifetime win.
Hula Ray, Clifton Bell from the 5-hole for trainer, owner, and breeder William Webb. This is a Cheyenne Ray out of Hot Shot Hullabaloo, who's by Noble Return. 9 starts this year. It was finished second at Marion in 2, 4, and 3.
Real quickly, the 6th, the biggest affair. David Warstaff trains this Big John filly. 4 starts this year, no wins, 2 seconds and a third.
Yashevsky in North Branch, Michigan, trained by Kent Haas, driver David Lake. Number 4 is Robin Hill High, owned by Christine Kostasich of Wharton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver is Cameron Keenan. Number 5 is Hula Ray, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Clifton Bell. Number 6 is The Biggest Affair, owned and trained by David Warnstaff of Ashley, Ohio, the driver Drew Neal. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate and mute show windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering.
Said, what other sport can an 18-year-old, now he's not here, but Mr. McKirkin was at Lisbon yesterday, won a race. He's 83 years old. Cameron Keenan is 18. You know, it's amazing how they can compete against each other that wide of an age range.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's the kind of the beauty of this sport, and you know, you know, you still have reflexes and reactions are a big part of it, but when you've got a guy like Don McKirkin that sits behind horses every day, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer in his own right. I don't know, he probably has to have close to 4,000 or 5,000 lifetime wins, and the fact that he's never really taken any long stretch where he didn't drive. I mean, I wouldn't suggest that somebody that's 80 years old never sat behind a horse decide they want to drive in a race. But Don McKirkin's a little bit unique in that facet. You know, earlier tonight, the birthday boy, John Kineski. And, you know, John, I don't think rarely would ever take a catch drive anymore. He's going to drive his own horses that he knows really well. But, you know, if you know John, John's in darn good shape, looks great, and he can handle a horse with the best of them. He demonstrated that tonight, breaking the track record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, you wouldn't find this kind of a age range or anything in thoroughbred racing, certainly. I mean,
no. I mean, there's sports like checkers and chess and maybe playing poker.
Yeah.
I think you could do, but driving an animal that's going to go from 28 to 32 mile an hour in tight traffic requires some skill. And these horses, though, kind of know what to do, they're not going to drive themselves, and they take, you know, somebody sitting behind them to guide them through that. So we get a nice view here of the backside. The horses are waiting to be called to the gate, and there's plenty of room there, but there's a lot of activity. If you look there, there's somebody walking goats on the other side of the fence, and some other activity that these horses have to kind of observe. Looks like there's a stage back there as well.
What's that old building?
That's an old depot.
Oh,
That's an old train depot, and I thought it came from Weston, Ohio, but it's been a fixture here at the fair for a number of years. Used to have a miniature train set up in their model trains. I don't know if that's still on display, but it was really nice for the kids to go in and look at the train.
A lot of fun stuff at the Wood County Fair, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to turn it over to Bill Peters for this, the call of the 13th race.
Here they come. Here, Aspen facing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Winwood Aspen. At the rail second is Bella Rain. Up on the outside third is Robin Hill High. Racing at the rail fourth, that is the biggest affair. Up on the outside fifth, that is Camellia Special. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. With the lead along the rail, that's Robin Hill High. Second is Camellia Special. At the rail third, that's Bella Rain. Racing in there fourth, that is the biggest affair. Racing fifth is Hula Ray, and the last horse is Winwood Aspen. First quarter paced in 29 and 3/5 seconds. That's Camellia Special now showing on top by about 4.5 lengths. Racing around that upper turn now, closing in a little bit second, that is Robin Hill High. Racing in there third along the rail, that's Bella Rain. Up on the outside fourth comes the biggest affair as they come down to the half-mile mark. That's still Camellia Special with the lead. 3 lengths back second, it's Robin Hill High. On the outside third, Bella Rain. On the outside fourth is the biggest affair, and right there fifth is Hula Ray. First half pace in 59 and 4/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Camellia Special. Charging up on the outside second now is Bella Rain. Moving up third is the biggest affair. Along the rail fourth is Robin Hill High. Moving up fifth is Hula Ray, and the last horse Winwood Aspen. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Camellia Special still in the lead, but gaining with every stride is Bella Rain. Also on the move is the biggest affair. 3/4 in 1:30 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Camellia Special still in the lead. Racing in there second is Bella Rain. On the outside third is the biggest affair. Fourth is Hula Ray. Fifth is Robin Hill High, and Winwood Aspen trails. As they race for home, here comes Bella Rain up on the outside to pour the pressure on Camellia Special. Camellia Special at the rail, Bella Rain on the outside. It's going to be Bella Rain, and here they all come. Camellia Special up for place, up for show is the biggest affair. 1 mile in 2:02.
Pretty exciting race there. Emmanuel Miller, very patient there, did not get away on top. He had the one hole. A little bit of traffic there early on. Cameron Keenan actually had the lead temporarily with Robin Hill High, and then Pierce Henry was parked and was able to seize the lead before the quarter pole with Camellia's Special. And had it not been for the last maybe 20 feet, would have gotten her her first victory. But Emmanuel waited and waited, and made his move here coming for home. He did have to come first over, but was able to clear around Cameron Keenan and kind of setting the 2-hole gapped off. I wasn't really sure he was going to catch Pierce.
Yeah, I wondered about that too. That Pierce was getting after his horse a little bit, but he really wanted the front. I mean, he was 3 wide coming out of that first turn until he got there, so he definitely wanted the lead. So your winner, Bella Rain, Emmanuel Miller up for trainer Ron Steck. This is Bella Rain's 3rd victory of the year. She won at Scioto Downs in 52 and 1, and that non-winners of 1, and then at Marion.
Ohio comes number 1, Bella Rain. Owned and trained by Ron Steck, and driven a victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Blanket for this race is courtesy of Bidwood Incorporated. Let's give a big hand here for the Steck family, Emmanuel Miller and Bella Rain, and the Bidwood Incorporated, the donors of the blanket.
So we'll wait for the rundown from Bill.
The 6 came in 3rd.
There, the official placing for race 13 from the top. Number 1, Bella Rain was a winner. Number 2, Camellia Special was 2nd. Number 3, Winwood Aspen was 6th. Number 4, Robin Hill High was 5th. Number 5, Hula Ray was 4th. Number 6, The Biggest Affair was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in 59 4/5. The 3 quarters in 130 1/5 with a mile in 2:02. From the top it should read 1:26.542, a mile in 2:02.
Well, we're
the upcoming race 14, there'll be Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. The representative of the Wood County Agricultural Society trackside after the next race for the trophy presentation.
So moving on to our last race of the day. Looks like we're going to get done before dark.
It sure does, as Bill would say, the getaway pace. I mean, I think we're going to get away. They do have the lights on it, but it's, you know, it probably wouldn't have to have them on, but it's nice here, especially on the front stretch. It's lit up pretty nicely, and shouldn't take long to get this next race off. Obviously nobody's warming up, and I would hope everybody's got their horses ready.
I don't think we've got any changes that I know of.
It doesn't appear so. Field of 6. The one horse, Bridgewater Boy, Chris Hirschberger, has made the trek over here to drive, and he trains this horse for Flying Hooves Farm out of Windsor, Ohio. This What the Hill trotter is by OK to Play, a Yankee Glide mare. Just 3 lifetime starts, and those were all this year. Last start was at Painesville and did come in 5th, trotted in 2-4. He's made $330 this year.
Hill Tabber, Jay Weller drives, trains, and co-owns along with Louise Weller, from Republic, Ohio. Say What the Hill colt out of a Cantab Hall mare. Cantabby has had 6 starts this year, has been making some breaks. Did finish 3rd with a nice flat mile at Paulding in 2:8 and 4.
Placing to race 13. Number 6, the biggest affair, was 3rd. Number 6, the biggest affair, was 3rd, not 2nd.
All right. The 3-horse Cape Count, this Mike Sweeney trained colt, will be driven by Pierce Henry. It's a 3-year-old full count. This colt this year has 9 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, has made $13,709. Pat Sweeney and Irvin Miller are the owners of this horse.
Rose Run Zeb and David Lake from the 4-hole for trainer Tyler Bates. Suzanne Bates and Joel Shivik are the owners. This is a Triumphant Caviar out of a Burnt Hanover mare, Tamika Seelster. 2 starts back, 1 at Oak Harbor, and very impressive, 59 and 4, coming its last quarter in 28 and 4.
Yeah, he's fast. It's a Shyback, and his father owned horses for a number of years. Very good gentleman, and Joel, his son, owns a piece of this horse that Ty trains. Supreme Samson, Herman Hagerman is the trainer of this. Emmanuel Miller will get the opportunity to drive this 3-year-old nothing but class trotter. 16 starts this year, 2 wins, 1 second, 3 thirds, made $11,756. This Supreme Day was the mare, which was by Like a Prayer.
Rose Run Zoom and Drew Neal from the 6, so they will score from the 2nd tier. Rosie Weaver trains and co-owns along with Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. This is an Uncle Peter out of a crazed mare, Locomotion. Won his last start, at Marysville in 58 and 2, coming last quarter in 29 and 4. Raced 3 times at the pari-mutuel track. Scioto trotted in 56 and 3. Another start at Scioto in the Buckeye Stallion Series in 56 flat, and 55 and 4 at Miami Valley earlier this spring.
This horse really had a tremendous year last year. Only won 1 race out of 9, but came in 2nd 4 times and 3rd 1, and made $103,000. Took a mark of 57 and 4 at Northfield, and raced against the best trotters in Ohio all last year. All those 9 starts were in what I would consider the higher classes here in Ohio, either Stallion Series or Sire Stake. And this year, until recently, was kind of facing those same type of horses, and I got to believe that Rosie's trying to braven this horse up and took him to the fairs. Rosado Carbro was second, and that last start was very impressive at Marysville. I can tell you 158 and 2 is a really nice mile at Marysville. So second tier will be challenging today for him.
Yeah. Looks like you're gathering up. We got a nice view of the part of the midway, the food stands. Looks like that's probably that coming out of the turn.
Yes, that's kind of in the middle of the turn. That's the big show arena there in Expedition Hall. They have cattle in there, and the main show ring is in that particular building. It's relatively new, very nice. They have events there all year round.
Okay, here's Bill with the post parade.
Colt trot going for a purse of $4,400 and a blanket courtesy of the Wood County Agricultural Society. One is Bridgewater Boy, all with a Flying Who's Farm of Windsor, Ohio, trained and owned by Chris Hirschberger. Number 2 is Hill Tavern, all by Jay and Louise Weller Republic, trained and owned by Jay Weller. Number 3 is Cape Count, all by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Urban Miller of Sarasota, Florida, trained by Mike Sweeney, and the driver is Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Rose Run Zell, all by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg and Joel Sheebach, Woodville, trained by Ty Bates, the driver is David Lake. Number 5 is Supreme Samson, all by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, and Vernon Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. And number 6 is Rose Run Zoom, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Cabby V LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, and the driver is Drew Neal. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quadella, and Trifecta Wagering in race 14. It's your final chance to wager here at the 2024 Wood County Fair. Hurry and don't be shut up.
Okay, as Bill said, your final chance to wager tonight at the Wood County Fair if you are here. We are also racing at Wapakoneta tonight. I was just going to check where we're going to be in the next few days. We're back at Wapakoneta tomorrow, Wednesday at 6 p.m. And then also at Xenia, post time is 6:30 at Xenia. Post time is 6 o'clock at Wapakoneta. So you'll all have to do your double duty by having two devices up so you can see both places. Thursday we'll also be back at Xenia. Post time is 6:30. And then Friday and Saturday, the Southern Valley Colt Circuit at Athens, Ohio. Post time is 5 o'clock on Friday night and 12 noon on Saturday. And then Sunday, we are at the Ross County Fair in Chillicothe with a 12 noon post, and they are going to be racing all divisions at Chillicothe in one program, all divisions, and then plus a free-for-all trot. So also Sunday at Mansfield. So lots of racing for you coming up. We have the racing starting at the Champaign County Fair. 3 nights of racing there, Monday, August 5th, Tuesday and Wednesday, post time at 6:30 each of those nights. And on Tuesday night, we'll be having the Buckeye Stallion Series there at Urbana, so that'll always be good to watch, and as well as the Dick Buxton Trot that's going to go for an estimated $10,000 at Urbana. So Tuesday night, August 6th, a very rich night at the Urbana Fair with those $20,000 each Buckeye Stallion Series for 2-year-old filly trotters and 2-year-old colt pacers. Big night at Urbana. Lots of racing coming up.
Yeah, if you've never been to Urbana or the Champaign County Fair, I would encourage you, in my opinion. I'm a little bit partial. That's where my wife's from and her family, but to me it's one of the nicest venues that we have. And it's not to say that the other fairs aren't nice, but they do a very nice job there. Chamber night, they have big crowds and give away big screen TVs, and very enjoyable. So several nights of good racing, whether it be the first night on Monday or Tuesday, the Buckeye Stallion night on Tuesday. Lots of big events there at Urbana.
Okay, so they are headed to the post for our final race of the night, the 14th, the third of 3 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trotters here at the Wood County Fair.
There they come. They are off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Rose Run Zip. Down at the rail second, that's Cape Count. Up on the outside third is Rose Run Zoom. At the rail fourth is Hill Tabber. Going up fifth is Supreme Samson, and the last horse is Bridgewater Boy. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over the 3/4 mile mark. With the lead is David Lake with Rose Run Zip. On the outside second is Drew Neal with Rose Run Zoom. At the rail third, that's Cape Count, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fourth is Hill Tabber, driven by Jay Weller. Racing fifth, Supreme Samson, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse is Bridgewater Boy, driven by Chris Hirschberger. First quarter trotted in 29 3/5 seconds. That is Rose Run Zep with the lead. Racing second is Rose Run Zoom, followed by Cape Count third. Racing around that upper turn now, coming out past his head. Jay Weller is the first to move up on the outside with Hill Tabber. As they come down to the half-mile mark, that's still Rose Run Zep with the lead. Rose Run Zoom now edges up on the outside second. At the rail third, that's Cape Count. Hill Tabber is on the outside fourth. Racing fifth is Supreme Samson, and the last horse is Bridgewater Boy. First half trotted in 102 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Rose Run Zeb, and the horse pouring on the pressure is Rose Run Zoom. Cape Count third and looking for racing room. Racing fourth is Hill Tabber. On the outside fifth is Supreme Samson, and the last horse, Bridgewater Boy. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That is still Rose Run Zeb with the lead. Rose Run Zoom on the outside second. Cape Count third. Moving up fourth is Supreme Samson. Dropping back fifth is Hill Tabber. 3/4 in 132 2/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Rose Run Zeb with the lead with Rose Run Zoom on the outside. Cape Count third. Fourth and trotting fast as well. Now comes Supreme Samson. As they turn for home, out comes Rose Run Zoom. It's Rose Run Zeb at the rail. Rose Run Zoom on the outside. Rose Run Zeb and Rose Run Zoom. Rose Run Zeb and Rose Run Zoom. Right together. The two Rose Woodbury horses. Rose Run Zeb and Rose Run Zoom. Up for a show was Supreme Samson. A mile in 2:03 4/5.
That was a horse race.
Nice, exciting. Did you have Rose Run Zeb and David Lake?
I did not bet that race. Mainly just because the purse pool's pretty low. I thought it'd be an exciting race, and I didn't wager on it. But David Lake rated that mile very nicely. What was interesting is coming off that turn, Drew Neal with Rose Run Zoom, had tried to measure Rose Run Zeb and drifted enough that Pierce Henry was able to get out with Cape Count and really timed it well. And a few more strides, I think he would have got there. But I believe the rundown here is 4-3-6.
So I believe that is David Lake's first win.
Really?
Yeah.
Rose Run Zeb, back to the winner, sir.
It's Joel Shyvack is standing here getting ready to cross the track with the hat. I know he's very, very tickled about this. And I don't know if, there is a golf cart coming. So this gives Rose Run Zeb his second win of the year.
Comes number 4. There is an objection.
You're kidding.
We have an objection in this race, 6 against number 4. We have an objection, 6 against number 4. Please hold all mutual tickets until the results are given as official. Objection of number 6 against number 4.
I am going to surmise this objection is for the head of the stretch. the head of the stretch. And I don't know if we can see a replay or not, but they will work their way over to the starter, which I don't know where he
I don't see either.
I see the starters over there.
Okay.
Yeah. We got horse trailers leaving, and there's a few of them on the inside. You have to cross the track, but very competitive 2 days of racing at Wood County Fair. 2 track records broken, 1 track record tied. Did we have another track record broken?
I don't believe so.
Yeah,
I think it
so
was just those. Yeah, the overall pace and trot were broken. So
fastest trotter that's ever won a race here was today with Stony Ridgetop and John Kineski, and that was exciting. Today's his birthday.
And to break the track record of the great horse, I Get It.
I Get It.
That's pretty cool.
Bob Rowland, and those two were back and forth every time they raced against each other. I Get It's now on the East Coast, but shouldn't take long, I wouldn't think, here for this objection, but
drivers are back talking to the starter. Starter will have a radio and be talking to the presiding judge,
Joel,
who is still way up on the tippy top of the
I think he's
grandstand.
something that happened at the head of the stretch. Huh? I would be shocked if they do anything, but I was shocked that earlier one.
Oh, we had Bob Rowlands. We're watching from Jackson, Michigan, and wishing Ann Russell a happy birthday. So we were just talking about Bob Rowland and his great horse, I Get It, who had won that Dave Chamberlain trot here in 21, 22, and 23. So waiting here for where was an objection filed, the 6 against the 4. The 6 was the unofficial winner. So we're waiting to see what happens with that. Mark St. Louis is going to, no matter what, Mark St. Louis is going to take the driver title for the weekend. For the week, he had 4 wins today and 1 on Sunday, so 5 total. Drew Neal has 4, and Emmanuel Miller 2, and Pierce Henry 4. So a nice couple days of racing here for them at the Wood County Fair.
Yes.
Steve Novak had 3, Rosie Weaver had 3 as trainers, so they were tied for the training title. So we've got a few people here in the grandstand that are waiting for the results, and so they can go cash or not.
Yeah, we have a associate.
Bring Rose Run Zeb back to the winner's circle.
Okay, they did leave Rose Run Zeb up.
For those of you watching, you can easily take the broadcast and back it up and watch the replay yourself. But I think the objection had to do with coming out of the last turn. But we'll finish this race card off. It looks like Rose Run Zeb is going to walk himself back, and David Lake's going to walk next to Ty Bates. So they're not going to make the horse pull David back here. So should be posted official here any second.
And that was Ty Bates' first win as a training win of the weekend too.
Yeah, and his wife owns part of this horse as well, Sue Ann.
Had some great, exciting races today. Gosh, we had some good ones where it was hard to separate them.
Track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Gibsonburg and Woodville comes number 4, Rose Run Zeb. All by Suzanne Bates and Joel Shebach, trained by Ty Bates and driven to victory this evening by David Lake. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Wood County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Ty Bates, Joel Shebach, David Caleb Lake and Rose Run Zeb at the Wood County Agricultural Society, the donors of the bike.
So we'll get the final rundown.
That trifecta was 4 all paid
There are the official
240.
placings for race 14 from the top. Number 1, Bridgewater Boy was 5th. Number 2, Hill Tapper was 4th. Number 3, Cape Count was 2nd. Number 4, Rose Run Zeb was the winner. Number 5, Sabrine Sampson was 3rd. Number 6, Rose Run Zoom was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in 102 1/5. The 3 quarters in 132 2/5. With a mile in 203 4/5. And the top is in read 5:42 1:36. A mile in 203 4/5. That concludes our racing for this evening. I want to thank each and every one of you coming out to enjoy the race.
Okay, so we also want to thank everybody for watching tonight. It was a great night of racing. Wood County did a wonderful job on everything. The track was in excellent condition.
I can't give them enough compliments on that. Again, it was safe surface. We had 2 nights of racing with no incidents, and I think the crowd that came out were appreciative. They saw some good races, some fast races, and hopefully everybody will come out to another fair later this year, whether it be Napoleon or Attica or Hicksville, some of these local fairs that have yet to happen here in Northwest Ohio.
And there's still time to pick up your passport, so if you're going to come to a fair, come up to the broadcast area and we'll get you your passport so you can win big prizes by the end of the year. So for Steve Bates and Joe Cramp, Matt Clark, and myself, Susan Schroeder, we're going to wish you a very good night, and we'll see you at a fair real soon.
Good night.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing has been presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Dublin Valley Farms, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio County Fair Racing is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.